All right. Good morning, everyone. It's Monday, June 2nd, 2025, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Hope you're all well. We're going to go ahead and just jump right into it here because I don't want to miss any alerts. We just started. Um, Silver gave a little bit of a reversal pattern here earlier. I got alerted to this while I was setting up, but I want to take these reversals, guys, right near the low a day or the high a day. I was talking with a lot of members about this last night. This is the VolPro Edge community. It's Sunday night. We're all chilling out, but we're still talking about the markets. That's what we do. And I was explaining that I no longer use the daily value area high or low. Instead, I just use the actual daily high or daily low, which are the white lines you see on the charts right here. These white lines are the high a day, boom, and the low a day. And you can see them here, high a day. So I like to take my reversal trades, you know, up near the high a day or the low a day. Of course, I use the VolPro Edge patterns, the type of trading. And I also want to see where I'm at on the weekly chart, the daily chart. And this is why I have such good odds and, you know, why the consistency is there is because it all has to do with picking the right spot to take the setups, right? That's really, really important. So let me know if you guys can hear me. What's up, Adam? I sent you a voice message back. I hope you got that. Let me know if you have any questions. Hope you had a good weekend. Let me know if I'm coming in clear, if you can see my screen okay. It looks to me like you can. Let's go ahead and check here. We've got, of course, when we come on, there's going to be some we got to catch up on. Here's copper. And of course, remember, guys, we've got the weekly chart here to the far left. So this is the weekly here. This is the daily, and then you've got the intraday higher time period volume-based chart, which will vary from chart to chart. So this is a 2500 volume chart for copper. So there's no signal there I can see on copper. Let's look at heating oil. Don't want to miss anything. The energies are absolutely ripping, I guess, on the steel tariffs that Trump put in. We talked about that potential pocket pattern to buy on crude oil. I didn't take it. I had my reasons, but anyways, interesting to see the market reacting to it. So here you have, you know, a big move here on heating oil. There could be a reversal up here at some point. I'm not going to jump in, you know, just yet, but we'll keep an eye on that because we've had a big daily range expansion so far. So either the energies are going to the moon and we'll look for opportunities to hop on these trends. So for heating oil, you know, if it wants to keep going to the moon, we'll just wait for a pullback, try and get on. Or if we think it's going to reverse, we'll look to play a good reversal, but we'll let those settle. I don't want to take anything right there on heating oil right now. Let's look at natural gas. So nat gas, kind of the same here, just pushing higher. I thought nat gas and the energies were going to want to push lower. So I didn't take anything overnight, but this is quite a reversal that could have a lot of people, a lot of shorts off sides. So we could see some pretty serious moves in the energy space today on the back of these steel tariffs. We're already seeing that. So you could see a lot of short covering. Probably Trump got a phone call from one of his buddies who was in the energy space, was like, look, I need you to do something, man. I got to get these shorts to cover. Trump's like, I got it. 50% tariff on steel. Don't worry. Hysterical. All right. So nothing that I want to take right there on natural gas. Remember, we're looking for reversals and trends at the end of the day on Friday. You know, guys, this is why patience is so important. Here's the Nasdaq here on Friday. We waited and waited and waited and waited. I was streaming for 6 hours Friday. In the last half hour, that's the reversal I decided. So I said on Nasdaq, we were here. I'm like, no, 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 and all these other markets. And then bang, that's the reversal. We caught it right there and held to about here. It was a beautiful move. Could have held longer, but held and added, which is the theme for June. So that was a very nice winner. Guys, today when I take trades on my Tradeify accounts, which are on Tradeivate, please remind me to exit and flatten all because you can't use bracket orders and it'll leave those orders in there on Tradeivate on the group trading and they end up getting filled later where I don't want them to get filled. It's just the fact that they don't have brackets on Tradeivate for group trading or copy trading is insane to me. But I'll try it because that's cost. I probably given back like $1,500 in profits just having rogue orders out there that I forgot were there because, you know, it's not one cancels other, right? So it's crazy. What's up, Gluey? Good to have you here, man. Jose, what's up, dude? Top of the morning. Zest for Living. Good morning. Nice to have you here. We got a veteran in the chat, Zest for a living. He traded in the pits, Kansas City, if I remember correctly. Cool. Gluey caught a 750 trend long on crude. Nice, man. Now you can sleep with a smile. Good job, buddy. Look, Gluey, if you play your cards right, man, maybe you don't even need to go back to work in 2 months. No, work is always good. It's good to have a stable income while you're building your trading profits. That's for sure. I'm just messing around, but you're having some good success, which is awesome to see. So yeah, it's all about patience. You know, Nasdaq, we waited all day there and then got it at the end. So you just never know when the signal is going to come. You got to stay fresh. You got to stay objective. That's why you got to, you know, just relax. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? I know the feeling of wanting to force the issue on the market, and that's the worst thing you can do, but it's also one of the hardest things to, you know, kind of avoid and just get used to in your career, which is just being patient and relaxing. How's the volume, guys? I'm looking for the better mic. I've got it raised. Anyways, I think it's okay. We're here for good setups. Volume is secondary, but personally, I can't stand listening to YouTube videos that have horrible volume, so I don't want to fall in that camp. Let's look at, so nat gas we're passing. Let's look at gasoline. Yeah, I mean, you've got a nice little pocket up here, high a day. It could correct, but I would probably use this correction on gasoline as an opportunity maybe to get long. So I'm not interested in shorting gasoline up here right now. Let's look at crude oil. Got the coffee going. Crude's going to be the same, just opening and ripping. So we're going to be looking for pullbacks on the energies, probably to get long. We've already had quite a daily range expansion. If you want to compare the average daily range, or the average true range, the ATR, we've already pretty much exceeded the ATR, but this looks like one of those days that could really exceed the ATR on the daily energy chart. So if we get a decent pullback, we could look to get long. At some point, we could look to play a reversal short, just not yet. We don't have anything on the daily chart here for crude, for example, guys. Look, we just blew straight through all that resistance on the daily. We've now blown through the congestion resistance high right here. And on the weekly, we've blown through all that resistance. So anything down into 63, you know, you've got a lot of support on crude, which on the intraday volume chart, this is a 10,000 volume chart for crude. You've got a lot of support down here into 63. Okay. So if we get a little bit of a pullback, something like this, see it stabilizing, you know, we could try to pick off a nice little crude move there. We'll see. The only thing is we don't know how much more it will run on crude, but you know, we never know that. So let's see. So that's crude. Let's look at silver. We got another alert here on silver. So there is the alerts are coming quicker today, right? More quickly. So basically that tells us there's a lot going on when these alerts are firing because they're based on volume. So silver, you can see, I mean, that's not a bad little pocket short. So I'm not going to short up here because the daily is very bullish. But, you know, generally speaking, like I said, just like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of last week, I'm looking for reversals and trend trades. But if I see the odd, beautiful congestion trade, like I did in ultra bonds on, I think that was Friday, if I see that on a market I really like, I will take those trades as well because they're there. It's like Warren Buffett says, when there's money in the corner, you just got to go pick it up. Or maybe that was Jim Rogers, actually. I can't really remember that particular quote. I think it's one of those guys. You guys let me know in the chat. Sounds good, Jose. Okay, cool. And guys, if there's anybody, as you come on in, I think I've activated, you know, I think all your memberships are all up to speed. Charts are activated, indicators are activated. So just let me know if I missed anybody. I don't think I did. I was very busy weekend. All right, so that's pretty much the lay of the land. Let's go ahead and check the docket for today. I got this little like fly in here. It's been here for like 4 days and it's just always coming right here. And I'm like, at some point, if you guys see me go like that, it's because that fly. All right, let's look at the calendar here. How'd you guys have a good weekend? I had a good weekend. I did a lot of work for VolPro Edge and preparing the analysis for the upcoming week and for the upcoming month. But I managed to sprinkle in a little family time. Mom and dad are visiting Costa Rica from the US, which is cool. Spent some time with my 5-year-old. And my wife is just kind of focused on baby Olivia, who's 2 weeks old today, I think. So 2 weeks old. We'll Give it up for her. All right, let's look at the calendar. Wrong calendar. Let's see. So, economic calendar. That's kind of my favorite one. Let's go find it. Where's my favorite one? Trading Economics. This is my favorite calendar. TradingEconomics.com. Not sponsored by them, but if they want to reach out, I'm definitely open to it. That and Heineken Zero. Heineken, I love your zero. If you want to reach out and sponsor the stream. See, what's cool about Heineken Zero, we could actually even drink it on stream because it has no alcohol. All right, so today, Monday, June 2nd, we have got S&P Global Manufacturing at 9:45 and ISM Manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m. ISM Manufacturing Employment at 10 a.m. So we got some stuff on the docket, 9:45 to 10. So we'll just be aware of that. Worked all weekend. Yep. That's hey, you know, the work pays off. A lot of us who do well, we work a lot. People go, how do you do so well? I'm like, I pretty much work like 4 times more than you do. Oh gosh. All my friends are just chilling on the weekend. They're like, gosh, we want to do what you do, Andy. I'm like, I don't think you do. You'd have to give up your precious social lives. Jose, great weekend. Had my buddy come visit from Galveston. Nice. And Jose, where are you again? I know where you guys are. You've told me, but I always forget because there's just too many. All right, so this is silver just tearing to the upside here along. This is probably having something to do with these steel tariffs, just like crude. So we'll look to jump on a pullback on silver for sure for the trend run. Adam working too, managed to go have a little fun. Yeah, well, you know, you're a young guy, Adam. You got the energy in the tank to kind of burn the candle at both ends, you know? I did that too when I was your age. No harm in that. Gluey, just watch a lot of sport and rest the leg. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's all good. Gluey, I forget, are you in Melbourne? I think Maka is in Melbourne too. I don't know. Or are you in the Gold Coast, guys? I can't remember. I know Aaron Lucy, Aaron Trades, he's in the Gold Coast, I think. I got to get to Australia one of these days. Maybe when the kids are a little older. That'd be a nice flight. Like fly myself, my daughter, my 3 daughters, my wife. Cost like $100,000 probably for like a 1-month vacation in Australia. Brisbane. Oh, cool. Nice. Have you ever met Aaron? He seems like a cool guy. I like Aaron a lot. It's cool that he's got his own Top Step TV show, crushing it over there. All right, so we're just waiting for setups. So while we wait for setups, you all know from the analysis I posted yesterday in Discord that, you know, I came into today expecting quite a lot of reversals, and I didn't really have anything that I wanted to put on overnight. It was only the Australian dollar. Morning, Ralph. Good to have you here, buddy. It was only the Australian dollar I was interested in putting on overnight, but I didn't end up putting it on because I, quite frankly, was out doing things, and it didn't matter enough to me. I don't even know what the Australian dollar is doing now, but what was my level from the video to get long? I don't know. Let's look at an Australian dollar chart just for fun. I would imagine it's going up if all these commodities are going up. It's commodity currency. So we'll see, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, Australian dollar on fire. That was quite a call in the Oz, right? But it didn't go back to my entry. But you can see the analysis. You know, we had a beautiful, beautiful pocket on the weekly chart. I'm just looking at my other screen. I'll bring it over when it loads. But this is the power of VolPro Edge here when this loads. When it loads. See, guys, Sierra Charts is quality, so it takes time to load quality. You know, it's not like it's a really good charting platform. The data is awesome. So here's the Australian dollar. This is how we base our daily analysis every single day. We've got the yearly chart, the quarterly chart, the monthly chart, the weekly chart, the daily chart, and I use all these. But the weekly chart for the Australian dollar right here, that was the weekly close, and you have a beautiful pocket here. I mean, just we had all our reasons to think that support was going to be strong. You had the daily pocket here coming down. I said that the daily trend run, you had technically a trend run, but you're not going anywhere. That's obviously a sign that that support is strong. So anyways, but my entry order on the Australian dollar, I think I called it was like 64.20 and a stop, you know, down here, but it didn't even come back to 64.20. It's just off to the races. But it's still nice to be on the right side of the market, you know. That's important. So that was cool. All right, so looking at the Nasdaq here, the Nasdaq. You guys ever heard that nickname, the Nasdaq? Because it used to be all Apple. Now it's like the Nasvidia, the Nasvidia Apple. So I expect chop this week because the weekly chart here is moving inside the envelope. You got a lot of support still in the higher time periods, but you got some temporary resistance. So I expect a choppy reversal type day on the Nasdaq. So as this daily range starts to expand a little bit, I don't want to take reversals, guys, when the daily range hasn't opened up yet, right? I'm looking for a decent daily range first to establish itself so that if I catch that reversal in the right direction, like I did the NASDAQ right here on Friday, you've got some room, you've got some legs, so you can hold and you can add to your position, which is the theme of June. We'll be holding and we'll be adding, which will just be awesome. So let's wait for the NASDAQ to kind of increase its range a little bit. I'm sure ES will be the same. I got a little more range on ES, 40 handles, not bad. But we'll just keep playing our alerts. There's an alert for gold. Let's check on gold. By the way, the nanny started today. She's from Colombia. She's really nice. And I think it's going to work out really well with her. So I'm very excited about that. That takes basically in the mornings and the afternoons now, I can just focus back on my trading 1,000%. After the new baby has arrived now, a lot was on me with my 5-year-old. So glad to have that fixed. So gold here, I mean, you're breaking through a lot of, I mean, I think gold's bullish because remember we talked about that in the, I said, hey, these weekly DMLs could be strong. They're not, they're breaking. Yeah, you're at the daily DML now, that's for sure. But I wouldn't want to short this. I would want to wait for a pullback on gold because you're breaking through some pretty serious weekly resistance right here. So let's wait for a pullback. You're also through the daily extension right here. So gold looks like, I mean, the commodities look strong here, obviously. So let's just wait for pullbacks, right? We don't need to step in front of a freight train. Let's go ahead and look at the Russell and then silver again. Silver's got a lot of volume ticking, guys, because you notice the silver chart keeps pinging us. That means there's above normal volume being traded on silver today, which is a good indication in and of itself. This move that's pushing higher is happening on bigger volume based on these alerts on silver. So that's also how you can use the alerts. You can see the velocity, you know, of the orders coming into the market, which is good, the volume. So Russell, we're waiting for a range expansion. Silver here. By the way, guys, our own Aaron, the commodity, is going on Top Step TV on Thursday, June 5th. He will be talking about VolPro Edge on Top Step TV, which would be very cool. I think he's going on around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He's going to talk about his journey. He was on Top Step TV before, but now he's the first VolPro Edger after me to eclipse 100,000 in payouts. So that's really cool. And he's going to go on Top Step TV and talk about that. And you know, he had some setbacks like we all do, and I helped him with that. So he's going to go on Top Step TV and, you know, talk about how wonderful Top Step is and how he uses VolPro Edge and, you know, how we kind of work together to help him through the setbacks. So it's going to be a cool show. I think he's going on at 1 p.m. Eastern, but I'll have him post it in the Discord. Not only a VolPro Edger, but a great guy and a good friend. You know, that's what's cool about this community. I become friends with a lot of you guys too, which is awesome. It makes trading a lot more fun when you've got like a group of cool buddies. You can do it. I mean, this is kind of my social life, right? This is why I don't need a social life outside of this, because I mean, this is a cool social life where you can hang out with your buddies and make a lot of money. Like, that's awesome. Instead of just getting wasted at the bar playing pool and darts. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's fun sometimes, but this is more fun. Let's see if I missed anything. Yeah, Ralph, good morning, man. Gluey, you haven't met Aaron? Okay, he's killing gold. Yeah, he's doing great. Adam, watched the recap from part 1. Missed the stream on Friday over the weekend, but the second entry you had on the NQ was the funniest thing, man. Just ripped. Oh yeah, that was crazy, man. When I added, right? Or no, I had already added, but then I pulled it off because I was like, I think I'm gonna see a little pullback, and it pulled back, and right when I'm like, yeah, I'll get in, it just ripped. I mean, that was awesome. Those are the trades you want, right? Um, and then I realized, after I took that trade, I should have taken those trades on my Top Step XFAs, obviously, but so you got a lot to manage. I did get those two Top Step payouts within 24 hours, which is awesome, but I need one more payout. It should arrive today. And, usually I'll start trading my XFAs the moment they take the money out of the account, but I don't know. It's also safer to wait for the payout to hit. There's no harm in that. But today, if I see a good setup on the XFAs, I might take it. I've got those on the screen over here, so I'll just tell you guys when I take it. I can't be moving all my screens over and go, hey, look, I'm long. Like if I tell you I'm fucking long, I'm long, okay? Or if I tell you I'm short, I'm short, and then I'll show you, later. I'll post it in the Discord. But I'm trading my Tradeifys today, 5 funded accounts, and my 3 XFAs on Top Step. And this month of June, I plan on getting lots more XFAs. And finally, I thought, I knew with VolPro Edge, my personal trading I'd have to put that aside while I build all this because it's a lot of work, guys. But now it's kind of settling in. We've got our format, we've got our structure, the website's there, the payment stuff is automated, all that stuff. So we still got some more things to do, but it's kind of getting in its place. So I think that now I can really get back to, hopefully I'll make like 50 grand this month with Top Step and Tradeify. That'd be awesome because that's kind of what I'm used to. And I'm ready to put the pedal down on the floor again. So let's have a good June, you guys, and we'll do it all here on stream. I mean, you're pretty much going to see my trades here. So no, that's what's awesome about Top Step, Bluey. They don't. On the eval, they do. So, I used 150,000, the highest eval you can do, and then you got to get through the challenge, $4,500 draw you have. So you got to get a $9,000 profit target, but you got to do that in 2 days. So there is a 50% consistency rule on the eval, but on the funded account, there's no consistency rule, which is awesome. You got to get your $200 days, to trigger the payout. You need 5 days of 200 or more, but still, if you hit a $10,000 winner and then get 4 $200 days, you can take out 5K as a payout, which is awesome. No other firm allows you to do that. So Top Step is by far the best, in my opinion. All right. Make sure I'm not missing anything. No, silver was the last one, which we're still kind of on here. That was that close there. So we're waiting. So let me know if you guys have any questions while we just wait for setups. It's pretty much all we're doing is waiting for setups. All right, let me go refill my coffee, guys, while we're waiting for setups. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Got the coffee refill. Doing good. And we got an ultra bonds alert here. So the ultras are pushing down here. I thought that, right? Because we talked about that, you guys. I said that weekly pocket here, there's a lot of resistance here. There's a lot of resistance on the higher time periods coming into this week. So I just wasn't sure if we were going to push up here first, which apparently we're not. So I wouldn't be surprised to see treasury space rolling over and maybe get into a trend reversal to the downside on the daily chart this week, because you're coming out of that weekly. So you could revisit these lows. So I'll be looking to short bonds today. Right now you can see on ultra bonds, and if I short the bonds, I'll do it on the ultra bonds. I won't do it on ZB, the 30-year, because you just get a lot more bang for your buck on the movement with the ultra bonds as opposed to the 30-year. So, let's say we get something like, that. Yeah, that'd be a good pullback short for something like that. Hold, add. Beautiful. So we'll wait for that on bonds. Let's look at natural gas. Let's see. As opposed to laughing gas or fake gas or unnatural gas. We got to make bad jokes, or it's not the right stream. We got to make bad jokes. All right. So nat gas here. This is our 8,000 volume chart. I don't really see anything there that I want to deal with. So, and there's just so much going on here. I do my best to teach you guys, excuse me, what I like and why I like it. And I'm doing my best and of course, those of you who have taken the course and you use VolPro Edge, you understand more what I'm saying. But even those of you who haven't done that, if you're here, every day or most days, you will pick up a lot while you're here. So I do my best to kind of explain my thought process so everybody can learn from it. And for me, that helps me. That's how I kind of walk through trades anyways, right? But if I look at something like nat gas right here, I'm like, no, I don't like it. Like, I've got my reasons in the snapshot, but I can't like explain every reason why I don't like something. It's more important to focus on reasons why I like things. All right, let's look at crude and heating oil. Here's crude. It is 9 a.m. Eastern, by the way, so pre-market officially kind of get going now. So crude, just kind of a steady trend run up, looking very nice, but I'm just going to wait. Heating oil, same. Gasoline, same. So we're just waiting. The meats will open at 9:30. The grains will reopen at 9:30. Let's see what corn was doing. That was one of our markets of interest. Yeah, okay, so you are picking up that support there on corn. So, this might be the bottom for corn. It was just that monthly extension that I didn't like. Those of you who watched the analysis, that monthly extension support level was being taken out on close on corn, but that could just be a fluke, and we could be headed higher. Certainly, you are coming out of the weekly congestion support level here. You got a nice pocket. You got nice DMLs, daily flash, nice. So I'd probably be looking to buy corn today on pullbacks if we see a good trend run and a pullback on corn. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun week, a fun month, a fun year, fun life. Life is good when you just kick back and wait for the setups to come to you. And that's what's so nice, guys, about following so many different futures markets, is that you don't have to be in a rush because something's going to come, right? And usually most days, lots of setups will come. I mean, on Friday, we had a good shot at copper. We had a good shot at hogs. Got the Nasdaq finally. That was the big one. But you see, the setups come if you just wait. Ironically enough, for me, I find following 22 markets, which I think this is 22 markets, I find it much less stressful, way less stressful than following one market, because one market seems to want to I want to make something happen, where 22 markets, I know whatever's going to happen is going to come to me. I can just chill out and wait. So Gluey, still learning contract sizes, get a consistent amount I want to risk each time. That's hard with the different futures markets and the prop firms and all that, Louis. But I think if you should use Chat GPT. Chat GPT is a wonderful resource, even the free version. I got the paid version. I use it for a lot of, it's kind of like my new Google Chat GPT. So you could just go in there, Gluey, and tell Chat GPT, hey, I want to do top step, 50K account or whatever you want to do, and be like, hey, I want to trade all the futures markets, but I want to try and take consistent risk across each one. So I'm day trading. You got to give ChatGPT all that information and then say, yeah, so what do you think? And then it'll spit back ideas. It's a really good soundboard, ChatGPT, for those of you not using ChatGPT. All right, so we're waiting for our setups here. So is it 22 markets we're following up here? I think it is. We got the 4 indices, the 4 metals, the 4 energies, that's 12. We've got the 5 grains, that's 17. So I guess we've got about 20 markets. I guess we're missing Bitcoin and Ethereum, and then we're missing the currencies. So we got 20 markets, but that's plenty. Lots of good stuff happens. Oh yeah, ChatGPT is great. Just asking it like what it thinks about, especially the mathematical side of trading, contract sizing. It's very good at that kind of stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and check in on the Nasdaq while we're waiting for stuff to set up. Tight range, kind of like we expected. Waiting for range expansion. Oh. I went to bed early last night, which was nice, but I still woke up. I woke up at like 2 in the morning with a lot of energy, and I was like, no, I got to fall back asleep. And then I woke up again at 5:40 to the alarm. So that was nice. That's like sleeping in, waking up at 5:40. So yeah, let me know if you guys got any questions, if you're following anything. We're just waiting for our setups. So I should probably get a couple of dancing monkeys behind me so we can do some tradertainment while we wait for our setups. There are monkeys in Costa Rica. I could go into the forest and kidnap them, put them in cages, and then we would have monkey tradertainment while we're trading. I'm just kidding. I would never put the poor monkeys in the cages. Darren, what's up, man? 20 hours. Oh, dude, that sucks. Are you at work right now, Darren? Or are you at home? I would get some sleep if I were you, bro. 20 hours is intense. Don't operate heavy machinery. I'm not good when I'm up that much. So Zest, I'm spending the waiting time by trying to figure out why I'm not long crude from last night. Probably because you don't have a crystal ball, like I don't. Unless you had like a specific reason for yourself to buy it, and then you decided not to. But yeah, everyone else is long crude. Yeah, all these energies. I think it's Trump and all his buddies are long. I think this has something to do with the steel tariffs. I'm not quite connecting those dots, but it doesn't really matter because the charts tell us, everybody's long here. Oh yeah, it's massive. Massive. But you've seen, look at this bar here. I mean, I remember this from last week, couple weeks ago, Zest. Look, this was one of these like, hey, we're going to the moon. Just kidding. Boom. I mean, that was intense. Not that that's going to happen this time, but something to be aware of with crude. Yeah, this one's looking more steady. I mean, this trend run on the 10,000 volume chart is very, very stable. It's just pushing. What's good is that you can see the daily cumulative delta starting to turn red. So the shorts are starting to cover here. You see, right when we broke out here at about 63.40, which happens to be just above that high, which in VolPro Edge is our congestion resistance level. Right when we broke through that level here, you can see that's when the daily footprint, the delta, turned mostly red, and it's getting more red. That tells us that we're in a nice short covering rally, which is fantastic. But yeah, we may get, I mean, I'm waiting for some kind of a pullback, may not get it. I mean, I don't think like right here, if anyone wanted to, they could just go in, but that's not how I like to do it. I like to just, like I can see here on my daily chart, we've got these pink dots and these cyan blue dots, the green line right there. That's all that coming across there. That was resistance and got smoked. So now it's support. So if we got a pullback down in here, that's where I'd be looking to go long. Kind of like silver, but when I saw this pullback in silver at the time, I was like, I don't want to get long in the middle of this range, but I still hadn't pieced it together that commodities were ripping, but that was a pretty good, because you pulled back to all that. That's resistance was broken, and it's now support, and that was, so something like that on crude would be nice, like a flush like that to get long. But we'll see what we get. Take away the lower volume chart there on silver. We want the daily. So there's the daily on silver, just ripping. Very nice. Just waiting for alerts. Long euro, that's good. I think. I mean, the Australian dollar is looking pretty good. I haven't looked at the euro. I'm sure pound is doing well. Gold is doing well. Well, that's a great day right there, Zest. Platinum, yeah, I haven't looked at platinum today. I mean, I think we got some room to the downside on platinum. But interesting that everything else is going up and platinum is not. But platinum's in its own little world, and it's had a big run, so maybe just kind of giving a little back before maybe going higher. Kind of a tight range so far in platinum. Platinum, crude could be like, this was platinum on Friday. We're waiting for a pop, just never got it to get short. Crude might be like that today. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. Or at least prevent it from collapsing like you want. But I guess what? That platinum short is sort of a hedge to your other longs. Is that kind of the idea? Just a little bit of insurance. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you're still short from up in here. That's nice. Yeah, that right. Yeah, up in here. That was a good short. Nice job. All right, so we're just kind of waiting. You can see ES, we use a 100,000 volume chart, and right now we've traded 68,000 contracts, so we're waiting for the alert. Nasdaq, we use a 50,000 contract. We're at 41,000 almost, so got a bit to go on there. The Dow, 5,036. There's an alert. Copper. Let's see what copper's got. Should I change the dings to a cash register? Cha-ching. No, we'll keep it neutral so we can stay objective. Can't get too excited about making money. Whenever the excitement comes, that's when the losses come. That's why I try to stay balanced. I don't always stay balanced. I mean, you guys remember, the members remember when I was trading Asia one night and I was in a really good short on a bunch of XFAs on the Nasdaq. And I just usually at that point I would move my stop to break even because I was up pretty good. And then my power went out, and it never goes out for, longer than a minute or two. This time it stayed out for like 15 minutes, something like that. And when I came back, the Nasdaq had done like a fluke 400-point reversal just in between Asia and London, just no reason. And I didn't move my stop to break even. So I got smoked, and I built up nice profits in those XFAs. And I was not calm and balanced. In fact, my phone felt the brunt of that. You guys remember that? So things do happen. But that was sort of like a technology issue, and it happens. So you got to have multiple phones in a shoebox in case you smash one. Anyways, that happens from time to time. Thankfully, I haven't yet put my fist through any of my screens. But generally, I'm quite relaxed. It's just when the what is it called? When the force majeure type issues happen, like the power going out, and you're in a trade that you know you're fucked on. That just drives me nuts. Then I'm likely to smash things. Um, and I kind of make a conscious decision about it. Like before I break my phone, I'm like, okay, I'm about to break this. I'm so freaking pissed off. And I know I'm just gonna have to go and get a new phone. And then I'm like, all right, decision made, fucking smash. But that doesn't happen often. I think I've done that like 2 or 3 times, in the last 10 years, but sometimes it's warranted. You guys ever do anything like that? Ever smash any technology? All right, so copper, obviously big day on copper with the other commodities, I guess on the back of the steel tariffs. And here's your 2,500 contract. Get a lot of volume here on these charts already early in the day. So going to be a big volume day for the commodities. So there's your pullback on copper, kind of rounding the corner here. I'm not going to mess with this right now. Had I seen this one, if the lower time period confirmed, that's not a bad place to try to maybe jump on board, move it to break even once it starts to go, and just see if you get lucky and get more range expansion. But it's tough when the range is already this big. I mean, we're already probably doing double the average true range here on copper. So it's really important. You got to know where you are with regard to the ATR, right? I think that kind of simple math is important to familiarize yourself with and think about while you're trading. So we're waiting for alerts across all these other markets. We'll start to get a lot of alert pinging at 9:30 a.m. when the grains reopen, the meats open, and then all the other ones start going nuts. So that'll be fun. Sometimes we get some good setups pre-market. That's why I wake up so early here in Costa Rica and try to get those. But sometimes you don't. So that's just the way it goes. Here's the Dow. I talked about this. I mean, the Dow looks pretty strong. And if you think about the industrials, I mean, all the commodities are pushing. I think the Dow could have a decent day. It's pushing up off these. These are the weekly DMLs. We're sucking up out of that pocket on the daily. So the Dow could push. I would be looking to see if the Dow could potentially, maybe at open, if we get lucky and have this thing smoke down here a little bit, take out some lows, suck some people in, and we get a good reversal signal. I would really like that in terms of what I'm seeing on the daily and the weekly charts, right? That's what I would be looking for there on the Dow. So let me know if that makes sense to you guys. We just got pinged on natural gas. It's kind of still pushing. And we know natural gas, I mean, can have a huge, huge days. The Widowmaker. I mean, look at that day. That's a big day. So, I mean, look at the range on that day. 3.48. 3.82. That's a big day. So today you could see something similar. You could see, based on that bar there, you could see this head up to these highs potentially. So if nat gas give a real good pullback, that's one I could consider jumping on and getting long. So the Dow, we've got a pretty good read here. I mean, obviously NQ and ES would be pretty similar, but you just have a little bit more to deal with here on resistance. Gold, I mean, based on what everything else is doing, looking like gold wants to squeeze. Let's look at gasoline. We just got an alert. Just grinding, so we'll wait. We got heating oil now again. Yeah, nice. I mean, I'll tell you, I lived in Europe for a long time because my wife is Swedish, and all, well, no, two of my three daughters are born in Sweden. The most recent one, of course, is born in Costa Rica. So I'm the proud father of a Costa Rican girl, because they make them Costa Rican citizens if they're born here. Nice. Birth tourism, baby. Um, but what I was going to say is when I kind of miss the trading hours of Europe because lately, and it may keep shifting this way. I mean, you get really, really nice moves in Asia and London. I mean, you really, really do. I actually think the best trading time zone now is slowly shifting toward the Far East, where Asia is your morning, and then London is your sort of afternoon. I mean, yeah, I know there's more volatility and things like that in New York, but I don't know. You can jump on board a lot of these moves early. Like for me, for example, with crude oil last night, I mean, no, not crude, the Australian dollar, right? I like that daily, weekly buy pattern we had on the Australian dollar that we talked about last night. And then if you're in Asia and you just see the trend run is starting, I mean, okay, I would have tried to get low on an order lower and doesn't get filled, but you can jump on board these moves. So the time zones are interesting for sure. Yeah, Europe has been great. I mean, they're kind of switching back and forth. Sorry, I'm scratching a mosquito bite on my leg here in Costa Rica. I've got about 50 mosquito bites on each leg. Um, it's nice though. I got to have my cigar on the beach watching the sunset, and the mosquitoes just eat me alive. Um, yeah, Europe. I mean, I don't know. When I was living in Europe for many years, I wanted to be on this time zone, and now that I'm on this time zone, I want to be back in the European time zone. So it's probably like I'll never be happy with the time zone. I suppose I just wish I could stay awake for 24 hours a day, but that's what the algos will do when Jonas is done developing them. That'll be nice. But I still think even a wonderful algo is never going to be as good as a really good discretionary trader, unless you have a market making algo. But I don't have those kind of algos. I've got speculative algos. And I don't think that will ever be as good as the best discretionary traders, but still good enough to make money while we sleep, which is important, right? That's why I'm developing them. Yeah, Denver. Yeah, I think so. What time is it there, Zest? For me right now, it's 7:20 a.m. Yeah, that's the same time. Yeah. I mean, it's nice. We got to get up early, but the day finishes early too, which is nice. I like that. So let's check. So the last set of alerts we've had, and you guys can always see the alerts up here on the alert board. So there's platinum. When you hear that ping, PLN, that's platinum. Then we got to go over here to platinum and see what's shaking. And then we just look at this higher time period volume chart here. That's 4,000 volume. Each bar is 4,000 on platinum. And I look at this and I've got my VolPro Edge, strategies and all that. And I say, okay, is this something I want to take? And the answer is no, I don't want to take anything. So then I just wait for the next alert. And having 20 markets, we get, good reads. All right, Gluey, sleep well, man. What time is it there, Gluey? Like 12? Crazy. Gluey's in Australia. I think it's 12-ish. Yeah, we got people all over the world. It's cool. It's fun to have people from everywhere interacting. I like that. So the markets will open in about 8 minutes. Then we'll start to get some more alerts as the volume comes in. See, like platinum here, we're gonna close. I always make my decision off the close of the bar, guys. You know that. Those of you who've been here, because I like to anchor my decision making. So when this bar closes, and that'll close at 4,000 contracts, we're getting close. I just have to ask myself, is that like a reversal bar that I want to take? No. Is it a trend bar I want to take? No. Is it a really good congestion trade I want to take? No. So I'm just going through the VolPro Edge playbook, seeing if it matches up to any of the setups that I want to take today. And right now the answer is no. So I just wait to the next one. And that's Friday was such a good example of patience because we just went through all these charts, missed a good one on copper, nailed the direction, just didn't get filled on the order, had a good one on hogs, but moved to break even a little too soon. And then Nasdaq, the huge winner, didn't come until, you know, 5 hours into the live stream, right? But it was for almost 100 points. So, I mean, if you guys knew that if the trading gods told you that, hey, look, I'll make you a deal. If you can really sit and focus and not get distracted and, you know, not get bored and not tilt, and you can do that for 5-6 hours a day. Of course, you got to prepare for your day. That takes time. You got to come into the day prepared, but then sit and watch, and you're there for 5-6 hours a day. If the trading gods came and told you that, and they said, look, you know, I'll put a lot of money in your pocket at the end of the month if you do that, you know, would you do it? And I think most of us would say, yeah. And so then, okay, well, then do it. So that's what we do. I was also, you know, a long time ago when I started, I was the same, you know, like I thought I could just, it, it feels easy in the beginning. Like you just sit there and you don't know anything. You're like, oh, it's just going to go up or down. And then you hopefully quickly realize that it's much harder than it looks. It's kind of like when you go watch a professional tennis match and those guys are so good that they make playing tennis look so easy. But if you try to play tennis like that, it's not going to happen, right? Trading is like that. It can look easy, but it's not. Yeah, you got to have an edge and a system that works. Thankfully, I have that, but it's all here in the headspace, and too many people just disregard that. Like like they think they can be a mess in their life, and then suddenly just turning on the computer and coming to the trading screen, you're going to be like, you know, focused and aware. I don't think that's the case. In fact, I know it's not the case. If your life's a mess, your trading's going to be a mess. And that's kind of a hard thing to face because it's like, oh shit, I got to get my life in order. Yeah, because you should, like your life will be connected to your trading. I mean, the two flow back and forth with each other, right? If you got a lot of drama and stress in your life, I mean, that's going to come into the screens. So I know it sounds kind of counterintuitive, but I would focus on, you know, trading is a marathon, not a sprint. I always say that. So you've got the edge. VolPro Edge works. I'm showing you how I make a shit ton of money with it. Okay, that's great. But if you go into it with a very unstable foundation with life and all that other stuff, it doesn't matter if you have a great system with an edge. If you're not able to, you know, execute it, then it doesn't matter, right? If you've got the best gun in the world for hunting, but you have no idea how to shoot the gun, it doesn't matter. So get that stability in place first. And I just don't really hear like a lot of people talking about that, mostly because there's just a lot of tradertainment, which, you know, it's great. There's nothing against tradertainment. It's just not real trading, right? So that's kind of my tirade on that. Let me guys know what you think. So we've got 3 minutes. You can always see the clock up here. Ralph, how you doing on the latency today? I'm working with Jonas on the latency for Sierra. Um, you know, we'll get there. It's just you got to deal with servers and you're sending large packets of information, and then it's how we increase the server size and this and the computational power of the servers that we use for VolPro Edge. But then on top of that, um, it also can be the way that Sierra is calculating things and fetching the data. So then Jonas, you know, he'll have to try and rewrite it into several different programming languages. Thank God he's a very talented programmer. And then we can try to find ways to reduce the calculations that need to be done. So there's lots of little tweaks that we can make to get it, you know, as close to perfect as possible. But we're getting there. And Ninja Trader is being worked on. I think that should be ready within a week or two. That'll be awesome. So then we'll have VolPro Edge for TradingView, Sierra Charge, Ninja Trader. I think those are kind of the big three for the time being. And then we'll, you know, we'll do more later. But then I got to get back to the algorithmic development with Jonas after Ninja's done and when we get Sierra squared away. There's the Dow. So you can see this is probably going to close in here somewhere. I'm not really interested in that at all. It's in the middle. And we've got 1 minute until the market opens. Let me turn my AC up a little bit. I'm a little cold in here. Nice. AC is better. Thanks, Ralph. All right, here we go. Yeah, and that's because of that delay, right? Like if it's going to go and then come back. So yeah, it just moves steadier. I actually think that's kind of a nice feature just to have Sierra being more steady. But yeah, we'll talk more about it later. But that's good to hear, Ralph. Thanks. All right, there's the market open. Here come a lot of alerts for the grains and the meats. So there's soybean oil. Let's make sure we don't miss anything. Nothing there on soybean oil. Let's look at wheat. Wheat and corn. Okay, they are on fire. So those swing trade ideas are looking pretty good. Let's wait for a pullback. Definitely want to look to get long some wheat and some corn today if we get the right setup. Soybean meal just pinged at us. Not really enough range expansion there on soybean meal. Let's look at the Nasdaq. We just got a ping. Nasdaq, not enough range expansion yet. We've only had 21,170 to 21,330. So I want to wait for some range expansion in the Nasdaq. So now we'll just continue to wait for alerts. The market is open, and we'll just wait for the market to come to us, whichever one wants to first. Yeah, and I really do think as well, Ralph, anybody scalping, looking for a point here, 5 points here, where like that micro latency matters. I mean, my opinion is that you shouldn't be trading that way anyways. I mean, you're competing against market makers when you get down to that level, and they're just going to run you over. They've got way lower costs, right? Lower spreads, all that kind of stuff. It's better to kick back and wait for these bigger moves. There's corn. Look at corn off to the races. So, yeah, just waiting here on corn. Yeah, exactly, Zest. Too many people, especially when they're new, they're like, oh, I can just get in and, make like 2 points again and again and again and again and be rich. It's like, nope, you're going to lose. I mean, yeah, and you got to have the technology to play that game. If you play that game, you're playing it against Citadel, which is not smart, or BlackRock. You're playing it against the market makers. That's not smart. Let's look at live cattle. Very bullish on cattle. I expect it to go up off that daily pocket, but we need sort of a pullback there. Let's look at the Russell. The Russell, nothing yet. Let's look at silver. So silver waiting for a pullback, maybe to this broken resistance level that's now support at about 33.70 is where I could be interested in jumping on the silver trend run. Let's look at ES. So ES pushing, which is kind of what we expect. Could be one of these everything up days. We'll see. But I'm waiting here on ES. Not enough range expansion. Let's look at hogs. So that's, hogs. I mean, you got a little double top here, a little flash pattern. You could see a short-term reversal on hogs, definitely, depending where this closes. But I'm not going to short it because you broke a lot of key resistance level on the daily on Friday, and you're above the weekly. Look at these DMLs and the VolPro reaction resistance level, that red line. All that, is below us, so it's support. So that's coming in right at 105. So I wouldn't want to short into that support. It's a good rhyme. Don't short into support. So we'll just wait. I mean, you could see a correction for sure, but again, I want to trade something that I think gives me a chance for a runner. I mean, anything's possible, but I just think there's a lot of support below me, so I don't want to mess with that. So Nasdaq pushing. The first line of defense on the Nasdaq will be around 21,500 because you can see on the daily right here, you've got crossover here. You've got those DMLs stacked. So that could be a pretty good little line of defense there. So we'll keep an eye on that level. So we get crude. All right, there's crude. I mean, this could be a pullback, or crude's going to be the widowmaker again, but let's keep an eye. I got to bring up crude with that trend run and then that kind of a pullback. I'll bring it up on my Tradeify DOM. True average is below us, sorry, above us, but you've got the extension below us, which is not bad. I'll take a quick stab on crude. I'm long. It could be dangerous. If it flushes those lows, I'm just going to take a loss. I probably should have looked at the lower time period, but I didn't. So I might have rushed that one, but you know, with crude just pushing up so powerfully today, you know, this is the pullback that if it's going to continue, it could continue off of this pullback. So I got a pretty crappy fill as usual, but I'm long from 13. And my stop would basically be, you know, this needs to push now, and the lower time period needs to enter congestion up. And I need to see buying come in. This thing really needs to rip. Because crude, if you're right, you're usually right pretty quickly. And if you're wrong quickly. I don't like the entry I got on crude. So I'm going to close it at break even and try to get in from a better entry down by the lows. And that might be a mistake, but let's see. I'm flat for now on crude. And the reason is because I hadn't looked at the lower time period before I got in. I just saw the higher time period and said, oh, I'll jump in. But then when I looked at the lower time period, we hadn't even closed above, you know, the oncoming middle there. So we could maybe try to take out these lows first. So I'm glad I closed that at break even at 13. I can show you guys. Look, I'm not going to do this all day. You're just going to have to take my word for it. But you know, this is just, see, I got in at 13 and then I closed at 13. So what the prices I tell you guys are the prices I'm getting. But you know, sometimes you get a comment like, how do we know you took the trade? Because I'm telling you I took the trade. Anyways, let's keep an eye on crude, but we don't want to miss anything. So we got feeder cattle, nothing there for now. We got wheat waiting for a pullback. Soybeans. Could be a little bit of a reversal bar right there on soybeans, but I don't want to take that in the middle of the range. Let's look at the Dow and soybean oil. So soybean oil, nothing. Let's look at the Dow. Nice little pullback here, but not the trade I'm looking for right now. It's not trending strongly enough. So let's go back to crude. So there are the lows right there being taken out on crude. So if this now starts to rip, I could get long. If we close here, I'll get long. But this still has some contracts left to close. So if it closes in here, I'll get long. We got 500 contracts left. And we got a order for hogs. Sorry, an alert for hogs and live cattle, but I'm going to have to just watch crude here for a second. We got 300 contracts. I'm still waiting. That was interesting right there, like pushed up. I kind of wanted it to close down a little lower. Could be a lot of support here on crude, but the fact that it got shot down so quickly, I feel apt to just kind of wait. Because I'm really more interested in, like, if that exhaust to the downside is valid. Number one, the fact that the true average and the congestion DML are above you is not great. But number two, I mean, I like it when, if this is right, it just starts to reverse on the lower time period immediately. So you can see there's a lot of volatility in crude right now. I think this could head up back to the high of day, but I just want to see what's going on here. We got, let's look at gasoline. I'm just not in a rush here with what I'm seeing. In fact, I'll probably just let it lay for now because the higher time period is below the true average and below the congestion DML. I gave it a shot. I'm glad I got out at break even. That was a good trade management. Let's make sure and crude might rip up from here. It might go down. I have no idea. Let's just let it do what it's going to do. So here you have hogs. We already talked about that. I don't want to short. Cattle, you're pushing higher. Heating oil. There's also the flush that might rip back up or not. I mean, that's, to be honest, that's kind of more of a reversal pattern there on heating oil. So maybe the energies are going to reverse now. I mean, there's a lot of resistance here on the weekly chart. So I'm not going to take that, but crude, I'm not going to long. Gasoline, potential reversal up here. Nat gas. Got some weekly resistance up there. You see right there on nat gas. So crude's breaking down now. I'm glad I got out of that crude trade. You know, that was, again, just being objective, looking at the lower time period, and then, oh yeah, no, I don't want to take that. So yeah, that was big selling on crude quickly. So yeah, we'll let it kind of sit there. Here comes nat gas. A little bit of a reversal there. Heating oil. Looks like these want to head lower now. Definitely. Look at crude. I still don't think it's like a horrible, depending. I mean, you got a lot of the broken, it's down here 62, but really the trends I'm looking to participate in are the ones that, like, they're going up, it pulls back and it just goes. Like, now that it may stabilize and rip back up, but I'm not really interested in that right now. So silver, just pushing. Ultra bonds chopping around. NQ pushing up to our resistance level up here. Nice. So, I mean, for me, most of trading is just trying to stay out of trouble. And then the ones where you know you're right, you got to exploit them by holding and adding. Nice zest. Yeah, probably a good spot to get out of platinum there. And the euro probably still strong. I mean, the odd looked really strong earlier. Gold still looking pretty good here. The metal's looking good. Yeah, crude not looking good. You see how the correlations are kind of shifting. Like right now at this exact moment, you got Nasdaq pushing up, but you also have gold, which lately has been a flight to safety pushing up. So Nasdaq, there could be some resistance up here. I mean, I told you I'm kind of in the mood to play the range in the indices today because of what I see on the higher time period charts, the daily, the weekly, the monthly. So, you know, if the indices give any good reversal patterns on either side, I'd be interested. But I kind of want them to trend first. I don't really want to play congestion reversals, you know, unless I have a very, very clear read. So there is wheat. Wheat to the moon. Yeah, I said in my video yesterday, you know, the monthly bar, it could be a good swing pattern to go up, but we were kind of closing in the middle of that monthly bar. So I didn't take it, but nice to see that it's going up. Let's look at corn. Same thing with corn with that monthly bar. Ripping here on corn. So see if we can just get a little bit of a pullback on corn. If we can't, we can't. Some people, they see it breaking out, right? They'll just get in. I'm just not that type of trader. Like I'm always thinking about where do I have to put my stop, right? That's how I go about it. All right, let me just refill some coffee. Hope we don't miss anything. I'll be right back. All right, so let's see if we got soybean meal while we were away. Could be a little reversal coming in down here on soybean meal, but you're going against a strong weekly pattern. I don't feel the need to push that. The Russell's kind of starting to dump. I thought the Russell would be under pressure today, so let's see. Dow's doing nothing. Nasdaq could be setting up for a congestion reversal up in here if it pushes a little higher, but not one I'm probably going to mess with. We'll see. Let's look at copper. Nothing here that I like. Go back to the Nasdaq. But the Nasdaq will kind of be our default that we watch while we're waiting for other signals to go off. So, you know, you've got all that daily. I wouldn't short Nasdaq or even consider it until we get up to this 21,500 area. So I'm kind of hoping if the Nasdaq can get into a little trend run here and then stall out, that could be somewhere up there where I'm interested in shorting, but you know, we'll just have to wait and see. Let's look at crude. We got another signal here, and yeah, crude's just bombing out here. So this is what crude has been doing lately, you know, sucking in the longs big time. Maybe today is going to be another one of those. I'll tell you, if this closes up here and we got the true average and the extension above us, that's going to be an end of day short on crude for sure. So we'll see where it closes, but we got a long ways to go. May get some intraday setups. So heating oil, sorry, we just got a feeder cattle signal, an alert. Nah, I'll leave feeder cattle alone for right now. Heating oil here. You know, like this was a good little reversal signal up here in heating oil right here, coming out of the high a day. But the reason I wasn't interested in this is because if I short here, you know, my stop does need to be up here. That's too much. I need something where I'm able to kind of get short in here somewhere and stop it here. So, but it did pound down and through a lot of that temporary support right there. Crude kind of did the same. I just thought in that moment that maybe that was the pullback to rip higher. So I'm glad I closed that at break even. That was fast thinking on the feet. What's up, AJ? How you doing, man? Let's do it. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, AJ, you're in California, man. You got to get up extra early for us, don't you? I think California's, I mean, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I start at 8 in the morning Costa Rica time. That's 6 a.m. Sorry, 6 Costa Rica, 8 Eastern. But California's even earlier. I remember when I lived in California, I did not like getting up early. There's cattle. Could be getting a little bit of a pullback here on cattle for a long, maybe. It's trending up. If this pulls back into here, I might have to try a long on cattle. We don't have crazy range expansion yet. It is trending up on the lower time period. The daily's got a nice support pattern. The weekly could be heading up to 212 to all those DMLs, those dynamic market levels up in here. So cattle could be flagging along here. We'll watch it. It's going to close in about 100 contracts because these are 1,000 contract bars. But for me, I'm picky. I need this to close down in here because then my risk is very tight, very well defined. If I'm wrong, I don't lose much. But if I'm right, it can go and I can add so I can make a lot more money when I'm right. So that's why I'm kind of a patient stickler for the entry. And that's why we got 20 markets here. So we can afford to be patient. All right, there's a alert on hogs, which we'll look at in a second. I just want to keep an eye on cattle here. I gotta always check my trade of 8 orders. Like, okay, do I have any rogue orders sitting there? No, I don't. I mean, it's just nuts. So cattle's gonna close here in about 50 contracts. CL, Zest, what's going on in CL? Yeah, just bombing out. No, I like the support pocket better, Ralph. Closing on the lows, it gapped open. Whenever you guys see a gap open above key VolPro Edge levels, that's really important. So this gapped open above all that support. So this could be a gap and go, or it could reverse and I'm totally wrong. But probabilistically, I like that it gaps above that. And now you can see the lower time period is already trending up. So I'm not really concerned about this live pocket here yet. I could be totally dead wrong, but I feel like this could head back up to these highs potentially. The other commodities are ripping. You know, cattle's been very bullish lately. This is the first little weekly pullback. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us head back up here first before determining whether to go higher or lower. Cattle, yeah. Yeah, the gaps are important. So let's watch cattle here. We've got about 10 contracts left. We know on the meats, when there's only 10 contracts left, a lot of movement can happen. Remember on hogs, I closed that trade. I was like, oh, there's 3 contracts left. And then it moved like a lot in 3 contracts. So let's see. But I want this to pocket out here. I'm not going to take that. I think there's a lot of support right down in here. So let's just watch this. Like basically had that. I'm gonna leave this alone. Let's wait for cattle to reset. So there you can see ES tight range. NQ couldn't even make it to 21.5. Tight range. The Dow here. I mean, look at all that weekly support on the Dow. I'm loving that, man. I mean, if the Dow can get down and through 4180, kind of take that support out by a little and give a reversal signal, I would be interested in that for sure. So that'll be cool. All right, just give me 1 sec, guys. Be right back. All right, guys, we're back. See what we got here. Just had to use the loo. Had to use the loo, as they say. Let's see. Hogs, we already checked. I don't think we were interested in hogs. No. Wheat. I mean, we'll see about wheat. Could be pulling. I don't like maybe pulling back out of that, but let's see. We do have ES, Ultra Bus. So ES here in the middle. Probably going to retest down here. I'm not interested in that. NQ, kind of same thing. It can do whatever. In the middle of this range, like why do we want to get involved in the middle of this NQ range? I mean, for those who feel like losing money, have fun. But I'm going to let this work itself out, which is why we got 20 markets to watch. Ultra bonds doing nothing right here, but won't mind shorting a pop on ultra bonds if we get one. So wheat was kind of the only, let's see, the only quasi interesting one because you got a pullback there. Let me bring up wheat on the DOM. So there's wheat. Let's look at the lower time period here for wheat as well. So it's, you've got a pullback there. You're in a pretty steep daily pocket there, but this could keep pushing. I'm tempted to maybe buy a little bit of wheat here. Let's watch wheat for a second. Not yet, because you, look, you've got a pocket here on wheat. That's nice. The DMLs are looking good. You've got that extension there on wheat. So, you know, if this level here, you got the broken daily extension right into 544 on wheat. Let's just keep an eye on that level. See what the lower time period does. If it reverses and confirms the wheat, we might buy it. Meanwhile, we've got a signal on gasoline, corn, and soybean oil. So here's gasoline. Let that lie. Let's look at corn. Yeah, it's a little bit of a reversal pattern there on corn, but I don't think it's going to reverse too hard based on everything else we're seeing. Let's look at soybean oil doing nothing. So wheat, this could be, I think you could see a retest of those daily highs if the lower time period confirms. So this is the importance, number one, of using volume-based charts. I think they're way cleaner. And number two, just waiting for the lower time period volume chart, which in this case on wheat is 800 contracts. Just wait and see if it confirms. If there's going to be buying on the 4,000 contract for wheat, the 800 contract chart should confirm that, right? With congestion entrance up. We've got our rules for these things, right? It's like the Big Lebowski. This is not Nam. There are rules. I love that scene. All right, let's look at the Dow while we wait for wheat. So yeah, I'm kind of waiting for the Dow to flush down here below all this weekly support and then maybe look for a reversal long. So let's just let the Dow kind of develop itself a little bit. Let's go back to wheat and let's keep an eye on this lower time period. We'll keep, you know, checking other alerts as we get pinged. We don't want to miss other good opportunities, but wheat is one that's kind of jumping out here because you've got a nice trend run up on the intraday charts. You know, you're coming out of a strong monthly pattern. So you've got a lot of support here on wheat potentially. That's why I want to keep an eye on it. Platinum is pinging us. Nice reversal on platinum. Zest, good call getting out of that short. And you rode it nicely, gave it a chance to keep going. I'll let platinum do its thing there. Let's look at the Russell. Kind of expected this to be weak today, but let's let it develop a little bit more. Remember, we're looking to jump on board really good reversals where we can catch runners and add to them, hold and add, or good trend runs that we think will go further that we can hold and add. We want markets with the potential to move, you know, a long way once we're in. I'm not interested in 20 points on the Nasdaq or 30 points. I'm interested in 100 points. Like Friday, we got 90 points, 90 something points. Had to wait 5 hours for it, but we got it. That's what I'm interested in. Let's look at heating oil. Just got an alert. Yep, reversing out of here like we said, but no good reversal entry for me there on heating oil. Let's look at silver. Silver's been in fuego today. I mean, we could be certainly gunning for the weekly extension. I don't know about today, but in the next day or two. So silver, I think, you know, when silver squeezes, it squeezes. You got a negative footprint down here on the day, which is good. That means the shorts are covering. So if we get a good pullback on silver, could consider a long there. we've already made a pretty big, that's a huge daily range already. So you got to be careful, longing up here. You'd have to have a pretty good pullback. I'd probably be more interested in a reversal bar on silver up here because you're so far overextended. So that's what I'd be looking for. Because to catch the trend up in here, I don't know. We'll see. Let's look at, so wheat, we didn't want to miss. All right. So you can see wheat, the lower time period, guys, this is just such a good lesson of multiple time period analysis using the definitions we have of VolPro Edge, right? With VolPro Edge, we have definitions of what type of trading are we in. So if I want to buy that pocket because, hey, I think that pocket looks good. Well, the lower time period is just trending straight down. I don't want to catch a falling knife there, right? So I'm just not interested. And yeah, this might reverse from here, but I'm no longer interested because we took out that low by quite a bit. So wheat can just do what it wants now. Let's let it go. Let's look at gold. We got a pattern. Gold just, that's I wouldn't short that because of the strength here, but we'll see. I mean, gold's catching the bid. The precious metals, I mean, maybe we've got kind of like a stagflationary trade going on today, which is just a little bit surprising. Maybe crude and the energies are reversing because of the, I don't know, slowdown in the economy. That's why the correlations right now are funky. That's why I think a lot of people are, it's going to be tough for people. I don't think it's not going to be tough for us. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but VolPro Edge kind of just rolls with every type of trading. So it doesn't really matter. It's fractal, it works. So let's look at crude again. We're on it. We just got alert. So here's crude. All right, so this is where like you're flashing here. So is crude going to do one of these big reversals and then go back to the high a day? I mean, it could. Keep an eye on crude. There's a little 3-bar reversal on the higher time period. And let's just see here. While we wait for other markets, we might as well just watch crude here for a sec. Because if this 10,000 volume bar here, 10,000 contracts, if we punch down, there's a lot of broken daily resistance, which is now support coming across right here, 62.30-ish. So let's see if this can exhaust down into that level. And that might be good for a, we got a big range today in crude. So that could be good for a $1 bounce to the upside. So that's $1,000 a contract. Let's just watch it. It's got to really set up nicely. The lower time period would have to confirm. That's kind of not enough of an exhaust there. So I would kind of want this to continue to fall out of bed. Maybe do an extension. Like you see all these DMLs, boom, boom, boom. When they cluster up like that, it's important. And it's right at the daily broken. So that would kind of be my line in the sand for crude. If we got a good opportunity to maybe long down there around 61.90, just below 62, you don't know. That could be good for a move back up to the daily highs. And that would be really nice. So I'm going to keep an eye on that for crude. Let's just watch it. I don't need to have the lower time period open just yet. Let's look at, well, crude was the last one. So let's go ahead and check the chat. PMI. Oh, thanks, Adam. Thanks for the reminder. I thought you were out of here. Tim, over the line. Nice, bro. In what? Don't keep the details from us, Tim. Come on. What happened? You mean you got funded? You passed a challenge? I want to know. Let's look at soybeans. Not doing a lot here. Don't need to mess with soybeans there. Jacob, what's up? Looks like the mechanical trend system would have paid off at the NQ 9 a.m. bar congestion entry on 15 for a long. Yeah, are you talking about on TradingView, Jacob? If so, just post it in the chat. We can look at it later. Because I got to focus on these trades right now. But yeah, post it in the trade review. And Jacob, are you going to do the mechanical trend trading, or are you going to work on the reversals with me? How you feeling? Jacob, we got to get you going so this can be your full-time job. Oh, okay, Tim. Yeah. Over the line. Smokey, Smokey. This is not Nam. There are rules, Smokey. Oh man, yeah, that's good, Tim. Thanks. Lebowski is the best. When I was at LMU in LA doing my undergrad, I mean, that was right around the Lebowski time. We must have watched that movie 100 times, obviously drinking lots and lots of beer while we were watching it. My roommate and I loved it. We're still best buddies to this day, and I've had a bunch of college roommates. We're all still best buddies, and we all still quote these movies. Really funny. All right, let's look at feeder cattle. Don't want to miss anything here. We're in congestion. That can just do its thing. So the Nasdaq, let me just a tight day. Yeah, that's a little bit of a reversal pattern there for sure. You got a pocket. It's not bad. I think Nasdaq probably wants to head lower out of that. Lower time period there on the Nasdaq. Yeah. A lot of resistance up here. We can let the Nasdaq mature a little bit. I mean, I don't want to do anything in this range, obviously. You guys got questions? Yeah, you like both of them, Jake? Yeah, I mean, they're both they kind of go hand in hand. Like the reversals, in order to get a good reversal, I like to see a really good trend into that reversal because then it can reverse harder, right? NQ for reversal, set the prior day high and daily DMLs, then came back down. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the reason I didn't take that NQ reversal is because I want to see the NQ trending up into the reversal. But yeah, on a congestion reversal, it wasn't bad for the reasons you mentioned. You're right at the middle of the envelope. I think you said that right there on the daily. So yeah, technically our resistance zone is from there to there. So you were right there, definitely. For a congestion reversal, no question. Good bar that came back down to reclaim. Yeah, for sure. So these are the nuances you'll have to see. Like, I'm just looking for bigger moves, but your analysis is good, Jacob. Just like this one here, you saw that one. That was the one that reclaimed the extension. But you see how we were trending down, falling out of bed? That's the reversal I want, because that's going to, if it's correct, all those shorts are going to have to cover and it's going to squeeze, right? In here, I don't really see anybody trapped right now, right? Could be wrong, but if there's nobody trapped, you're probably going to continue. You may be able to catch little reversals here and there, but I'm interested in bigger reversals. Like, I don't like the little Lebowski. I like the big Lebowski. Was another good line from. I love when he's interrogating. What's the kid's name? You know, he goes, "This is what happens when you a stranger." Oh, they're at that kid's house. I can't remember that kid's name in Lebowski. Larry, was it Larry? He goes, "Is this your homework, Larry?" I think, was it Larry, the kid? All right, let's look at cattle and then hogs. So cattle, so there you go. So that, I mean, look, that's kind of a pullback on cattle. I'm not going to mess with that because that's more congestion trading now for me. But you see, we made the right decision by not forcing the issue, taking along there. It's all about just trying to make good decisions. Let's look at hogs. Hogs are the same, just kind of chopping around. Don't want to get wrapped up in choppy markets. Nasdaq's chopping around. All right, so the Dow, I'd like it to just break lower. Maybe get a reversal down in there somewhere like we talked about. The Russell can just wait. Gold still trending nicely. Silver probably as well. Yep. Copper already made a big move, chopping around. Platinum. Ultra bonds. So ultra bonds, not a lot of volume today in ultra bonds. I would like this. If this closed up here, yeah, I'd consider shorting that because it just looks very weak and you're in line with the weekly there. You know, if the lower time period confirmed, of course. Here's crude. Just waiting for crude to try and go a little bit lower. So we're just waiting for alerts, guys. I mean, it's 10 in the morning. Been at this for about an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes, and you just never know when the rainmaker is going to hit. So you get wheat. All right, so this could be the reversal on wheat here, but I'm not interested because of the reasons I already gave before. I want something clean, right? And I know I'm picky, but that's why I make money. So, Jacob, I got you. You're looking for the 3 closes to signal the trend. Yeah, not only the 3 closes, but higher lows, higher highs and lows for uptrend, you know, lower highs and lows for downtrend. And yeah, it needs to be, and I don't even need, I mean, I like it when there are DMLs there for sure. That helps a lot. But if I feel like I'm in line with the weekly and the daily, you know, energy, the directional bias, and I see a really good intraday reversal, I may take that even if we don't like reclaim a DML, you know, it's just, but obviously on Friday, that was really good reversal that happened to reclaim the DML and that added strength to that trade for sure. But it's not a necessity for me. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be a necessity for you, Jacob. So it's all about your checklist, which I'm going to review later today. And I got to still get to the people's questions, you know, on the questions survey. I was just waiting, you know, the questions survey, a lot of people filled that out. And then there were some people who filled it out that, you know, couldn't renew their membership because they can't afford it or whatever. I totally understand that, man. Like trading takes capital. It's like any other business. And so then I was like, well, I'm putting so much time into each person that I can only afford to put in time to those who are paying for my time, right? So that's why I'm waiting to see the, you know, who's kicking around for June, and then that's where I put my time. And that's not because I'm mean. I try to help everybody. I love everybody, but I just I don't have any time actually. So let's look at the Dow. Well, I have time, but I'm very busy using it, you know, for trading and family and all that kind of stuff, and scratching my mosquito bites on my legs. If you see me like dancing on one foot like this, it's because I'm scratching the mosquito bites with one foot. All right, so the Dow, we're just waiting. I'm not really interested here. You see, these are the markets, Jacob, and everybody else right now that I'm like, I don't need to participate in this. I just don't, right? I want markets moving, going somewhere, and then I want to reverse them or get on board and go with them with the trend. Or if I see an excellent, clean, congesting market like ultra bonds that we talked about on Friday, right there, that short, that is a super clean congestion. We had a ton of resistance there on the daily. That's a nice congestion short to go back down here for sure, because you could still pyramid that on the lower time period chart. You could hold an ad. So I'm not against, it's just that I'm going to be very, very picky on all fronts. But with congestion, I'm looking for clean markets. I don't want noise. And for me to identify noise is this. That on the Nasdaq today, that's noise for me. Now, it doesn't mean you can't go in and get 20 points here, 30 points here, but the odds of taking a lot of losses in that type of trading environment are much higher. So preserve your mental capital, preserve your trading capital. Don't get caught up in this crap. It was the same on the Nasdaq here on Friday. I didn't get involved in any of this crap. But then when we started, oh, now something's happening. Oh, there's the trade. Bang. Right? So we just have to wait. I mean, generally speaking, the flashes and the pockets, Jacob, are, you know, where you're going to get really good moves coming out of. So yeah, I like those. That's primarily what I'm looking for. I don't have like, oh, I'll never get in if there's not like a perfect flash or pocket or whatever. But, you know, generally speaking, that's a really good guideline for sure. So Dow, we got pinged. I already talked about that. We're waiting. Let's see. Let's see what the news has to say. A nationalist won Poland's presidential election. Will Russia retaliate? Yeah, it pretty much seems like, you know, where the first two world wars were fought, probably the third one's coming. I mean, it sure looks like it. That's one of the reasons I got the hell out of Europe. I was like, the probabilities are that World War One, okay, World War Two, okay, now Ukraine. Oh, you know what? I'll go to Central America. There's not been many world wars there, and there's better surf, and it's warmer. So I'm just checking out here. So manufacturing surveys are mixed. Okay. We got payrolls at the end of the week. A lot of Fed talk this week. All right, so here, this could be interesting. Istanbul talks conclude as the world awaits feared massive Russian military response on Ukraine. So, you know, that could hit this market hard if Russia decides to unload on Ukraine, you know, especially somewhere outside of Ukraine. Look out, this market will drop 1,000 points. So that could be interesting. You know, that drone swarm attack by the Ukrainians on the Russians. That could hit. That's probably why gold. I mean, we're getting that clue that gold is pushing higher. Probably there could be something happening. Certainly there will be. Russia's not just going to kick back. So whether it happens today or not, who knows? And guys, from a geopolitical perspective, I really am like, I have no bias. I'm just thinking, how will it affect the markets? I don't get into, is this good or bad? I just, how do I trade this? That's my concern. It's all I can control. So, yeah, steel and aluminum stocks are soaring because of the tariffs. So that's what we've got going. Waiting for our next alert, which we got on ES and NG, nat gas. Let's check. Chopping around up here. ES. You see, like, that's not a bad little congestion zone here, but I wouldn't touch this. Like, why? You're in the middle of the range. Like, just let this thing do what it needs to do. Like, you tag the daily DMLs here. It's true, but I would like us to trend down kind of like this. Same thing as the Nasdaq on Friday, but the Nasdaq confirmed better because it closed above its own extension DML. It closed above its own middle of the envelope. That's why the Nasdaq, you know, because the ES, I was debating longing here, and I was like, I think I may have even taken it. You guys remember? And then closed it at break even. I can't remember. But then the Nasdaq just gave us the same opportunity. It just looked better, right? So that's what we're looking for, clean markets. So let's look at corn. I mean, the question is that a pullback on corn? It doesn't look like a very orderly pullback, so it's not something I want to touch. So let's just continue to monitor all 20 of our markets. Nasdaq, we still have 13,000 contracts left to trade here on the 50,000 contract chart. We got the daily chart here in the middle, weekly chart to the far left. We got the quarterly, the monthly, the yearly over on other screens. We got lots of stuff going on. See what the lower time period Nasdaq is doing, just for fun. Beautiful. All right, we've got soybean oil, which was congesting, and now we're breaking out. So something is happening in soybean oil. We talked about this in the week ahead analysis yesterday, that I thought soybean oil was going to push down because of this weekly looking like it wanted to push. So it's not surprising that this is exiting congestion to the downside, but nothing I'm going to trade right now. So we're just watching and waiting, you guys. Let me know if you got questions. I hate to beg for likes, but I will. If you guys haven't liked, please do it. For whatever reason, YouTube does use that, and the YouTube likes when you like. So therefore, I like. We all like the stream, if you can. Thank you. Yeah, so we're just waiting. We're waiting. You see, so I always talk about this, but I'm going to keep hammering you guys with it because it's so important. Like, if your equity curves are going like this, they're more likely to go like this, which is what you want when you start to eliminate a lot of the dumb trades and the tilting. And so when there's going to be a direct correlation between your patience and your discipline and your equity curve. So as your patience and your discipline, as those increase, your equity curve will also start to look like that. It's very important. So just keep that in mind. Jacob, potential reversal on Dow or not, because we weren't trending down before. Exactly. We were not trending down before. So not to say that this won't reverse. It could. Anything can happen. You're in a lot of weekly support there. I get that, but I don't see anybody trapped. So I don't want to be in a market that's lollygagging around. You know, I want something like we took with the Nasdaq here. If I'm right, I want to be proven right quickly, and I want to see, you know, a fast move in my direction. I don't have the patience. I mean, I've got lots and lots of patience, but I don't have the patience to sit around and be in the Dow for 3 hours. I'm just not that kind of a trader. Some people are. I'm looking for these really good moves, and the best reversals, in my opinion and my experience, will come out of, you know, previous strong trending markets. Then people are trapped, because as that strong trending market coming out of the low a day, let's say, as it pulls back, there's going to be people looking to jump on that trend and short that pullback. But if I see a good reversal pattern, that's when those people are going to get stuck. Then we've got the fuel to push higher, faster. Does that make sense, Jacob? That's how I look at it. So get ultra bonds. So, you know, that's a nice little pullback. It's kind of like a congestion, but I don't know. I'd want it, like, again, if I'm going to short even a congestion, I want it to be higher up here. I know I said here, but really, I don't want to be in the middle of the range here. I've got no reason to. You know, that congestion short, at least we were close to the high a day right there. That's a better probabilistic trade. Soybean meal, look, don't get involved in this. I love this, guys. Like, we're just not getting involved in terrible markets, right? Imagine how many people are trading the Nasdaq right now. They don't have any success. They don't have a plan. You know, they can't pass challenges. They can't get payouts. And they wake up in their underwear, sit at their desk, trade the Nasdaq. They're losing. They go away depressed. They keep repeating that cycle, and they never, ever, ever make changes. Like, it's so nice to not be trading the Nasdaq when it's looking like this. And we've got, you know, a system for the markets we want to trade, and we just wait. I do think, you know, I talk to a lot of traders, guys, and it boggles my mind when I talk to people and I'm like, okay, so you're struggling. Yeah. Okay. So why are you struggling? Well, you know, blah, blah. All right. Well, how long have you been struggling? Oh, a long time. Okay. So are you doing the same thing that you were doing a year ago when you're struggling? Yeah. And you're still struggling. Yeah. And you're surprised that you're still struggling. Well, okay. Well, it's like, come on. Right? So, Zest, this is statistically true. Volatility is auto-correlated. Vol begets vol. Exactly. Vol begets vol. It's true. So I want that vol before I take that reversal to get that reversal vol. And that makes total sense. And I've never actually verified that statistically, but I'm sure that what you're saying is true because my experience is that it's true. Doesn't mean my experience is right, but it makes sense. It's very logical to me why vol would beget more vol, right? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, you know all about the vol in the options market, that's for sure. Yeah, options are, I guess a lot of the people who make the most money with options, they sell them, right? I could do that one day. I mean, with VolPro Edge, I could be a pro option seller because I get really good reads on the daily, the weekly, the monthly when markets are just not going anywhere, and could easily just sell options outside the range. Yeah, I have to get into that at some point, but I like this kind of trading better for now. Soybean meal doing nothing. Let's go back to the Nasdaq. You see, I mean, look at this. So if vol begets vol, then shit begets shit, right? This is just shite. Am I allowed to say shit on YouTube? I hope so. I said my stream is not made for kids. Bingo, yeah. All right. There are the hogs and the crude oil. Hogs. Nothing on hogs. Crude oil. Still waiting for a little bit of a flush. Flusheroo. Just chill out here on the Nasdaq. I think the Nasdaq wants to test up here first. Or down here. Just let it do what it needs to do. Yeah, exactly. If you can't be patient and you feel the trigger finger itching, just walk away. Go take up a cheaper hobby, right? Like, go get a bucket of golf balls for 10 bucks. It'll save you losing 500 on a bad trade when you shouldn't be trading. I wish we had a golf course nearby. I'd love to go to the driving range sometimes. I wish we had a tennis club. We don't have that. Apparently there's like a pickleball place. Maybe I'll check that out. Because, you know, I love surfing, but oftentimes, you know, surf is really good here at high tide, and oftentimes I miss it because I'm trading. Yep, exactly. That's the way it is. Yeah, pickleball is fun. Is that getting big in Iceland too, Adam? It's getting really big all over the world, pickleball. I like pickleball. I got to go to the place and talk to the owner. I think he's an American guy, and just ask him, tell him to take my number, see if he can get me into, like, I don't know. He can give my number to some other people who want to play, and then when I have time, I can go play. I'm more of like, if I'm going to play pickleball, I want to play one-on-one because I want to move, and I played competitive ping pong or table tennis, as they say. It's not table tennis, it's ping pong. Let's be real. It's nothing like tennis. So playing competitive tennis and ping pong, you know, pickleball's kind of right up my alley. I like pickleball. I played it, just not a lot. Nasdaq, we're here. Alert. Nothing I want to do here. Yeah, it's picking up. It's nice. Well, what's cool about here in Costa Rica, I guess, is that you got the monsoon season. So pickleball's good because it's under a roof here. So you can play in the rain. But even golf, you know, I enjoy being out at the driving range. I haven't played golf in forever, but I used to love in between when I lived in LA, I would just go out and, you know, when I was done with the trading day, sometimes I'd go, you know, walk 18 holes, and that was fun. Obviously, that was like before I had my kids, so that makes it a lot easier to go and do stuff you want to do. Now it's like, all right, I got a free minute. All right, let's take my kids somewhere. But that's all good. Okay, silver. Nice trend up. I mean, you're flashing here on silver. You've made a nice run so far. You've way exceeded the average daily range. So this could be setting up for a reversal on silver here, which I could be interested in. I know it's a little dangerous, but you know, markets still give back a little bit. That's a nice little flash right there. I wouldn't take that until we actually entered congestion down, right? Even though I think that flash could, look, the lower time period already entered congestion down. So silver could definitely roll over here, but I want to wait for the higher time period to kind of show me. But we'll keep an eye on silver because you could see a decent little pullback on silver, and it's a big contract. So we'll watch that. Let's look at gasoline. Yep, kind of breaking back down here. Similar to what we were looking for in crude. Oh, but silver, I mean, see, that's a very clean trend run right there to the upside, Jacob. We've already done way over the average daily range. We're right at the high a day. I mean, silver could get back to 34, you know, I don't know, but I'm going to let these charts tell me. And if I can get short up around here somewhere and I've got good reasons to do so, you know, then I could try to make some money on silver. So we'll watch this while we wait for other signals. I mean, that's a nice flash there, right? I mean, this could be a good short here, but I'm going to wait. You got the true average and the extension above you. That's nice. So there's a lot of resistance right here, which is here. It's called the ATR. I think in TradingView it's called something else. It's like, I don't know. It's just you can go 14 bars back on the daily. You can go 20 bars back on the daily. It just takes the average range of the high minus the low divided by a certain number of days. So it'll give you an idea of how much each market moves on any given day. I don't have the exact numbers. I just visually, you know, I'm very aware of the ATR, the average true range. I think on TradingView it's called average daily range, ADR. And you can just see silver's already made a huge move on this daily bar compared to all these daily bars. So the average daily range is how much it moves on average during, you know, a given day. So the odds of it being able to sustain that move up there are not that high, right? It could, but we're talking probabilities. Soybeans and copper. So there's soybeans congesting, copper congesting. So we'll just keep an eye on silver while we're waiting. And look, this could just keep expanding the high. That's fine. I'm waiting, just like on hogs, guys. So here's live cattle. Yeah, pushing up off that pullback, but that's fine. I didn't want to take that in the middle. Just on hogs on Friday, you see, this was the same thing. We were just pushing and pushing and pushing. Well, I wasn't interested in the reversal until we entered congestion down right there. And then that was good for a little bit, right? So it could be something like that on silver today. So there's a close on NQ. You know, it's probably going to keep congesting, but I'm just going to not do anything on NQ today. I'm not in a rush. Let's go back to silver. Could be interesting. And silver could expand this just like hogs did. We may be going to the weekly extension, you know, right here. 34.74. That's, you know, look, that's still way up here. I mean, you just don't know. But at this point, I'm more interested in a reversal on silver than I am on jumping on the trend because the trend is too mature. You don't want to jump on the trend when it's this mature. Just like crude oil, you know, we got a pretty good pullback there. That's why I took a shot, but I realized it was not a good spot. That's why I cut it quickly because of the lower time period. But also that trend is just a little too mature at that point. So let's look at heating oil and the Russell. So heating oil Russell, congestion. Let's go back to silver. So silver trying to push higher now. So does that make sense, Jacob? Did I explain the average daily range correctly? And if you go on TradingView, I think it's called average daily range. Oh, is that right, Ralph? Okay, cool. All right, so, you know, I'm glad it makes sense, Jacob. Yeah, and if ADR is different than ATR, you just want to know, you want to know when the market is potentially statistically gone, you know, maybe a little too far, right? Because that's what we're looking for with reversals. But here on Friday, let's look at the Dow. I don't want that. On Friday, when we took the Nasdaq right there, I mean, look, I think the average daily range or the ATR, at least on the Nasdaq right now, I'm not really sure, but probably like 400 points, something like that. So right here from the high a day at that point was 21, 420, and the low a day was, 21.1. So we hadn't quite made the ATR 300, 350, but we were close. And then we had the pattern coming out of there. So that made sense for that reversal long. Let's go back to silver. You see how you just stay out of trouble by just using the logic of how the types of trading with VolPro Edge flow from one to the next to the next. Like this is why multiple time period analysis, the patterns that will kind of anchor you on what you're seeing, and then trends flow into, congestion entrance. And then from congestion entrance, you can stay in congestion, or you can trend reverse, meaning you just go straight to the downside, or you can pull back into congestion and then congestion exit and break out and continue the trend, right? So this is why those types of trading are so important. So here's soybean oil. I'll leave that alone. Look at silver. So just keep an eye on silver here. No rush, but it's, we pushed from 33.20 to 34.50. That's a $1.20 on silver. That's a big move. $1.25. We got some water. Adam, you need to hop off, pick up the car. Nice. Some fish for dinner. That surprises me in Iceland, Adam. Fish for dinner. Just kidding. Had a good day. Lost. Yeah, that XFA, you only had like $400 left in it, so that's not a big deal. That happens all the time when you have no draw left. Nice. Yeah, cool. Cheers, buddy. Enjoy your dinner. I mean, you never know when a good trade's going to come. That came late in the day for the Nasdaq on Friday. I mean, look at the era that we live in. It's amazing. The news is so negative, which is why I don't watch it really. I look at the trading news. But if you really take a step back, I mean, and you don't get your mind all warped in the horrible negative TV news cycle, the world is amazing. Like, look at all the technology, the internet. Like, I'm live streaming with you guys. You're all over the world. We got the microphone, the computers, the screens. I mean, it's just incredible. YouTube, like, I don't have to pay for these servers for YouTube. It's incredible. So lots to be positive about. I think positivity is a really big, if you're not positive, try to get positive. It'll help your trading. You don't want to be naive, but you want to try and see the positive. Life is just a lot more fun that way. Life is short, Anything can happen at any time, so you might as well be positive and just, Enjoy the ride. Even when shitty things happen, after a while, when things tend to settle, then it's look back on it like, okay, I can learn from that shitty thing that happened. Even though in the moment we all get pissed off, of course. But I'm talking like on a daily basis where your base operating level, I mean, should be one of positivity. Because and if you have a TV and you watch news, throw it out the window. That's the best thing you can do with the TV. I did that 20 years ago. I can't even remember. I mean, we have a TV now, you know, because of Netflix and stuff like that for my daughter, and I watch a movie sometimes, but never, ever, ever cable news or network news. Oh my gosh, never. That is just poison for the mind. If you guys are, you know, feeling not happy on a lot of days, I'm telling you, just stop watching cable news, stop watching network news. You don't need to know all that negativity. You're not helping in any way by watching it. You get a lot of people that watch the news and they somehow think that they're helping by being more informed. No, the news is there to just make you negative. It's a negative attention grabbing machine for ratings to sell advertising space. It has nothing to do with like trying to fix the world. It was funny when I did my second master's degree at Gonzaga. That was in communications and corporate leadership, which was really cool. Like, you think it sounds like fluffy. It wasn't. It was an awesome program, and did a lot of media studies in that master's. And every time I would write a paper, it would be on this kind of stuff, like totally outside the box. And you know, the professors were always a little shocked, but they couldn't really argue with me because I would just cite the hell out of it, you know, with really good references. That was fun. So silver, just pushing. Exactly, Tim. It's so easy when you just follow the money. Like, they're not there for your mental well-being. They're there to make money, and they make money by pissing people off and increasing that dopamine, right? The cortisol, and just get you to focus, and then it's a downward spiral. All right, so here are the hogs again, just congesting around. Here is ES. Yeah, you got a pocket here, but look at this range. Like, I don't want to get involved in that. Inside bar so far from Friday on the daily. That's not smart. NQ the same. It's just doing nothing. So probably going to head back down here. I don't know, but I'm just going to wait. Gold's a pushing, silver's a pushing. So, I mean, with gold pushing like this, I'm kind of thinking the indices are going back to the lows. I mean, unless they're both going up today, but it seems like gold is the more legit trade. I still didn't get my massage, Tim. Oh, I was gonna get one this weekend. I just literally didn't have time. I could just use like I could just pass out and fall asleep and get like a deep tissue massage. Might do that like one of these days. If we catch one of our big winners early in the stream, then I'll reward myself and shut her down and go get a deep tissue massage. And I need a chiro too, like just I love the chiropractor. So here is wheat. So, you know, wheat, the idea was nice for sure, but do I regret not taking this? Not really. I'm looking for more of like a clean pullback. So, but you see, Jake, there we did recover. We reclaimed that as we dipped through the broken daily extension. that started the day as resistance, but got broken and became support. But I wanted it here on this bar. And I just don't even, that's just what I wanted this to just go like that. And I was watching because it could have, and it didn't. So do I feel left out on wheat? No. Because if you ever feel like left out or that you missed the trade and like, oh, you just have to ask yourself the logical question, which is, do I really know what's going to happen next? And then you got to be honest with yourself and say no. And then you, oh, okay, well, then I didn't miss anything because I don't know what's going to happen. I just have patterns and probabilities. I had a good chiropractor in Sweden. You know, when you move around a lot, it's tough because like when you got a home base, you know, we've been traveling for so long. Whenever you're in a new place, you got to like find your right, you know, chiropractor or whatever. Like it's in some sense like having a home base is easier. Traveling is fun. But I think we'll be in Costa Rica for a little while now. It's a nice place to just chill out. We're not going to be here forever, but we'll be here for now. I mean, I shouldn't say we're not going to be here forever. I don't know, but probably not. Nice day here in Costa Rica, about 86 degrees, 88 degrees with probably 75%, 80% humidity right now. Blue skies. So the monsoons, I mean, thankfully with the timing of trading, the monsoons don't usually come until basically we're done with trading, which is the late afternoon here, which is awesome because that's when some days you'll get some wicked lightning and thunderstorms that, you know, knock the power out. And if it was happening all day while we were trading, it'd make it really difficult. I probably wouldn't be able to live here if that was the case. So thankfully the monsoons come in at just the right time for us. Just checking stuff out here. Hopefully Top Step will send me my other 4,500 bucks today. I gotta check that out. Check it out. Let's check it out. Not yet. Because I'd like to trade all my XFAs, but I just want to wait for that last payout to come. They sent 2 of them fast, which is great. Yeah, we got to register our daughter's birth here too in Costa Rica. So I'm hoping I can do that here in Jaco instead of having to drive to Punta Arenas. But we'll see. It'll be nice. I'm just kind of waiting, guys. Let's bring my Tradeifys way over here for now. There they are. Got an alert on feeder cattle. Yeah, I'm not going to trade it right there, but you know, at least something's going on. We're just waiting, guys. We can wait on the Nasdaq while we wait. I'm just doing some admin stuff. Ask me any questions, anything you guys want to go over. No problem at all. Not yet, Supreme. I took one crude that I broke even on because I realized very quickly that I hadn't checked the lower time period. And as soon as I saw the lower time period, I thought, I don't want to beat on that. So just crude, break even. I showed it on the screen on my Tradeifys. So no, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. How about you? You taking trades? I looked for you in the Discord, Supreme. I couldn't find your whatever that thing is to access the members area. So I'll look again after the stream. But you said you're in the Discord now, so I'll check that out. Okay, cool. No worries. I'll check it later. And I asked you in DM, maybe you wrote back, DM me if you have TradingView and you want, you want to use the indicators, then just send your TradingView username so I can activate that for you. Yeah. So how's everybody else doing today? You guys running any of your own strategies? I know Zest, you did well with the euro, maybe still doing well, and gold maybe, right? And then covered your platinum at a good spot. Tight stops, yeah. I like tight stops sometimes. I mean, especially on these trades I'm looking for, like I kind of should know quickly if I'm wrong. I like trades like that. Nice. About 35 minutes to go, Supreme. I mean, look at this price action on the Nasdaq, right? Abysmal. Make sure my sound is still on. I believe it is. Should be. Just haven't gotten an alert on anything. Well, we did get an alert on corn. When was that? Oh no, that's this one that's coming. Yeah. So that one on corn, yeah, that maybe. Yeah, did I miss that? Maybe that could have been a buy on corn. I guess I watched it when it was up here, but the last little bit of the bar closed down here where it could have been a decent buy. So I might have missed that one on corn because I remember I checked this, and this happens, guys. Corn was here, the close, and I was like, it's going to close up here in the middle. I'm not interested. But actually, the last little bit of the bar knocked it down there, and that does make a difference. You've got the pocket, the true average is above you, but I still, with the bullishness of the daily, that's not a bad pocket, even if it's breaking that support. But the key is the lower time period. So let's see what the lower time period did on corn there. Yeah, I mean, you were quickly told that you were right on that pocket there. So probably could have bought corn at like 448 and retargeted, added here and then target high a day. That could have been a good trade on corn. Trending up, nice pullback, lower time period confirms. I just didn't watch it because I thought it was going to close there, and I'm not really interested in that. Anyways, can't cry over spilled milk. Wonder if I have any OJ in the fridge. I could use a glass of OJ. So that was corn. ES, NQ, YM, Russell, gold still pushing. Silver we said we're going to watch, but we're waiting for the alert now because we want to wait and see. Copper, nothing. Platinum, hanging out, reversing. 30-year, nada. Ultra bonds, nada. Crude. Okay, there's your little reversal off crude. Nice, but I wanted it down here more, so I don't know what that can do whatever it wants. Heating oil, same. I mean, at least in gasoline, you kind of had a little bit of a, you didn't really have a good enough flash there, though, for me, to be honest, so I don't even care. Looking at natural gas. So, yeah, I would say so far today, because I always like to assess my day while we're trading, right? Corn, yeah, I've been paying more attention. That was a good long, for sure. Is what it is. In terms of that, I'm not looking at anything going, oh, I missed something today. And hopefully, as I get better at streaming and trading, I will, you know, get better and not miss many trades. But so far, I'm doing good. I'm not missing many. Wheat, I was interested, but had my reasons. Soybeans is not doing anything. Meal is nothing. Oil, a little flush or whatever, but I'm not really interested in that. And then there's cattle. See, I thought corn was going to close like that. And that does, for me, make a difference because I like to get in here so I can stop it here. So if I get in here, sure, it goes up, but then I got to kind of be willing to, I don't want to do that. That's what I thought corn was doing. So, but cattle haven't missed anything. Hogs, very choppy. And feeder cattle. I mean, again, in the middle of the bar, I just don't like taking middle of the bars unless you're in a very strong trend run. Like an example of that could be gold. Remember, we almost took that buy on gold the other day, but I wanted it to close more in a pocket. But you know, if you're in a super strong trend run, like kind of like that, that's a good trend run. And then there's your pullback into the pocket. That almost closes in the middle of the bar there. It's still a good, you know, you wait for the lower time period, but that's not bad. So we just got to keep waiting. Keep patiently waiting. Okay, we just got a signal on platinum, which I didn't hear a ping for, so I'm wondering if my sound did get turned off. Shouldn't have. Let me check it. I guess my sound is off there. That's weird. It just kind of happened. Strange. Oh well. Turn it back on. Maybe it'll turn back off. I can look at the scoreboard here. So live cattle, 1057. Nothing here I want. Platinum, 1057 alert. Nothing there that I want. So just continue to monitor. I think I'm all out of coffee. I got a little coffee left. So that's platinum. So here's silver. Not really interested in shorting here, but we'll wait and see what it does for an alert. We got a crude alert. I'm not interested in crude. Nasdaq still kind of not doing a lot. Some water. We got some 11 a.m. liquidity coming in. I just got Nasdaq up here because we're just watching, but there's just not a whole lot shaking right now. I mean, if we clear all that resistance on the daily on the Nasdaq, if we clear it, then you probably see a push up to at least 21.6. But and then up into 21.6 at that weekly congestion DML right there. If the Nasdaq trended up there, that's where I could be interested in a short for today. I'm still interested in this resistance level for the Nasdaq, but it's pretty close by. It's not looking like we're going to get into a good trend run to be able to short that, right? So ES, same thing. Looks like it may want to start to push, but I'm not doing anything yet. Dow, choppy. Russell, choppy. Silver just kind of doing its thing. We'll just wait. It looks now like Nasdaq, I mean, probably wants to push back up toward the highs is what I would say most likely. Looks like it here. But it doesn't really matter. It can just do whatever it wants. This is a yawnful day. Supreme, if we close below 351, I might short before, but with less risk. Okay, before 11:30, yeah. 351 down there, yeah. You got your strategies. So I hope that works for you if that happens. Woo. Ooh, look at that. Some selling coming in. I like to stay out of that. All right, I'll be right back. Just give me a quick moment. Use the restroom. A lot of water. All right, guys, did we miss anything? Did we all get rich while I was away? No alerts. We got Ralph. Top Step has micro silver, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. It's what is it? 1/5, I think, right? Not 1/10 like micro gold or micro indices. Yeah, and that's I would recommend, I mean, it's guys, you got to realize when you're trading uh combines and funded accounts, you're not getting even on the big Top Step account that I use, that's $4,500 in draw. Like if you open up a futures account with $4,500 and you trade full futures contracts, 99% of people are going to get smoked on that. It's not a lot of draw. And that's why they do that, right? That's their revenue model. I'm good with it because I can make money, but until you really get an established track record and get confident and really know what you're doing, um, I would trade probably mostly micros. I know not every market has them, so that's what makes it tough, but you'll have a bit more longevity that way. You know, on my Top Step XFAs, I've got one of them with like, because I just took the payout for 9 grand, so I got one of them with 4,500 left, and then two of them with like 2,200 left, which is like 9 grand total left. And I've even thought like, okay, should I split those up? And I definitely want to trade full contracts, but on full contracts, you know, I got to take at least $400 or $500 risk per trade, which on a $2,200 balance only gives me like a little bit of room. So I was like, oh, should I trade micros on those? And then I'm just like, no, because if I lose them, I don't want to lose them, but I got to trade full contracts because, I don't think I'll have, let's say $400 or $500 losses in a row to the point where I almost blow those out. But if I do, I do. And that's okay. I can live with that. So we got soybean oil, nothing. We got the Russell kind of sitting. Very quiet day. Do you guys see how this just keeps us locked and loaded and focused, and we're not in a hurry to make a mistake? I think that's nice. In my opinion, a lot of these other trader streams, tradertainment, where you've got like, music, techno music, and, naked ladies and Lamborghinis and all that shit is fueling your dopamine, right? You don't want to be having dopamine spikes and crashes while you're trading. Not a good idea. You want to stay baseline. I mean, if you want to be a real trader and make a living off of it. If you want to have trading as a hobby, then sure, the whole goal of a hobby is to shoot up that dopamine and have a little fun. And that's then the tradertainers are great for that. And probably that's why they make a lot of money on their YouTube channels, because they're just entertaining the hobbyists, and that's a good revenue model for them. But for those who want to learn how to trade, it's best to keep dopamine baseline here, right? You guys know what I mean about that? And this is why we got such a cool group of people, because you guys are kind of like in that camp that trading is not a hobby, it's something that requires work and all that discipline, focus, dedication to get good at, because that is actually the reality of trading. Just looking at other charts. So we got feeder cattle pushing higher. See where that goes. Nat gas doing nothing. Kind of a choppy day. I mean, I'm going to stay, because just like on Friday, you just never know when that trade's going to come. We got that 90 some odd point reversal on the Nasdaq after we'd already been streaming for 5 hours. So can you imagine like streaming for 5 hours, like being so picky and patient, waiting, nothing happens, and you're like, all right, I'm done. And then you come back, you're like, oh, that's the Nasdaq reversal. So I don't want to miss anything. I'm going to be here waiting for the right setups. And if it comes at 2 this afternoon Eastern, that's when it comes. I'd love to get a nice big win under my belt early, because I'd love to shut her down and go surfing. I haven't been surfing in a while. That would make me happy, but I'm not going to do that until, you know, we get some good results, or at least get some good shots. So here's soybean meal, not doing a lot. So we're just waiting for setups here on our 20 futures markets, and we can just keep a little eye on the Nasdaq while it chops around while we're waiting for other alerts. Cool, Supreme. I wish you the best of luck, my man. Yeah, it takes a little time, Ralph. You know that, and that's a good mindset to have. You got it, buddy. I wish everybody the best of luck always. There's enough money in these markets for everybody. So we got a hogs alert. Not much I want to do with hogs right there. Nasdaq still got 10,000 contracts left till this closes. Looks to me like we're just kind of grinding here, but we'll see. On the lower time period here, you're in congestion. Here you're in congestion. It is 11:12 a.m. Eastern, so 9:12 here in Costa Rica in the morning. Oh, I had a delicious, we went to a restaurant yesterday, Coco's, not like, you know, the Coco's in the United States, like the diner, not like that. This is like coco, like coconut. It's called Cocos. And it's right on the beach here in Jaco. And wow, we got recommended to go. It's hard to find. You wouldn't know it unless somebody told you. And somebody told us. And my goodness, the food was delicious. I had a chicken Caesar salad that was like, actually, the chicken was just grilled perfectly. And my daughter had a chicken quesadilla that she took a couple bites of, and she's like, I don't want it. I was like, all right. So I ate hers. Her quesadilla was so good. And apparently whatever my mom had, some fish bowl, was really good too. So that was cool. So Nasdaq pushing. I'm just waiting. We got an alert for gasoline. Don't need to do anything there. How's silver doing? Kind of chopping around up here. So you can already see that with the lower time period starting to chop, we could be preparing for a potential congestion entrance down move on the higher time period silver here. So we'll wait. Got my standing office. I was thinking about it. I seriously might do this, guys. I just don't know how it would affect my ability to like manage, because I got my laptops and all my screens, but I would love to get a treadmill delivered, you know, or a Peloton or whatever one of those things are, so I can like actually be exercising here all day while waiting for setups, because it's like, why not? You know, like, I mean, I love taking a long walk or something on the beach or surfing, but while I'm at my standing desk, like, I want to move. So I might do that. I'd have to shift the bed over a little bit, but that'd be cool. Oh, squats and hanging bar, yeah, in front of the, yeah, exactly. It's nice, right? It keeps you focused to like exercise, and I think like walking on a treadmill too would just be nice, because I think really well when I'm walking. Actually, I love walking. So just like, you know, walking at a moderate speed, just on the treadmill, just waiting for setups. Yeah, I think Steve Jobs was like that too, Zest. He would do his best thinking when he would be like walking around. I'm like that. Just some people can think better when they sit. I think better like on my feet. I mean, right now, you're just in a range here between 21,360 and 21,400 on the Nasdaq for the last hour. Check my phone. See if there's anything interesting going on. That's cool. My mom and dad are taking a monkey tour. That's nice. Hey, that's awesome. Have fun. Take lots of pictures. And what time are you finished with the monkey tour? And how did you think it went this morning with Tanya? That's the new nanny. Today was her first day. And she's really nice. She's from Colombia. And my mom was here just kind of showing her how to make Lily's breakfast and just, you know, teaching her the ropes. So, but I think she's really good. Cool. We're going to have a new subscriber from Malaysia, guys. That's really, really awesome. I think it'll be our first Malaysian subscriber. And all your other messages I will get back to later. Probably a lot of you aren't even here, but just checking stuff. Bunch of junk mail. Beautiful. All caught up. Get some water. Oh, we're missing some. My sound is, something's going on with my sound, but that's all right. So we got heating oil, which we know, I don't really want to mess with that. We got copper, which we kind of know. See, this is where one thing I got to work on is when there's really nothing going on, I got to still focus because that one trade could come and then I don't want to miss it, right? So right now I'm like, there's nothing going on because there isn't, but that doesn't mean that won't change quickly, right? So you guys can help me with that. If you see something really start to move and I'm off in la la land, tell me. Dow's doing nothing and wheat. Okay, so wheat's dumping. So wheat, I mean, you're in congestion here. I'm not going to play around with this. So if you had bought this down here on wheat, it's pretty straightforward. You can add and then boom, congestion entrance on the lower time period. Just get out. That's a nice move. Again, I didn't take it because it kind of did this first, but good example. Let's look at the Nasdaq. Darren, what's up? Oh yeah, no, you're not missing much, Darren. It's a good day to sleep. Darren, you should we should figure out a way where if you're sleeping and I see something great, I can like push a button and it'll like buzz you. That'd be great. That'd be sweet. Like for anybody who's like in a different time zone, you can just we can attach like a sensor to your arm, and I've got like 50 buttons on my desk, and it's like there's Darren, you know, there's Adam. I've got all these names. Like, all right, guys, I know that Darren in California is asleep. Dude. No, then you guys can get a buzzer for me. It's middle of the night. That would be funny. Yeah, you're not missing much, D. So if I were you, I would go in 20 hours without much sleep. I'd probably favor sleep at this point. Not that there won't be a decent trade setting up, but right now there's not. I mean, you could doze off with YouTube on, Darren. And if there's a good trade, I'll just yell your name and jolt you out of I'll go, Darren, wake up. All right. We got live cattle. I'll wait. Nasdaq will close in 5,000 contracts here. Not really doing a whole heck of a lot. VolPro Edge wise, it looks like it wants to kind of grind back toward the highs, but nothing I want to trade. And I have no idea. It could just collapse back to the lows. So who knows? But yeah, that'll be cool. Our first Malaysian subscriber. Whenever I think about Malaysia, I think about the commercial I saw on the TV in Sweden. I never watched TV. We didn't have a TV, like I said, but sometimes, you know, you'd be like at a person's house and then the Malaysian Airlines commercial would come on. It'd be like, Malaysia, truly Asia. It had a nice little ring to it. I was like, that's very creative. So yeah, cool. Always wanted to go to Malaysia. They were on my list of where to go next after Canary Islands and then Malta. Malaysia was on the top of the list with Costa Rica, Uruguay. Those were pretty much the top three we were interested in. Uruguay can get a little cold during the winter down there, a little rainy on the Atlantic coast. A little far away from, like, if my parents want to come visit, Costa Rica is a lot closer. And then Malaysia, obviously very far away. Great weather, tropical, but just looked a little too urban, crowded for us. So I know they have beaches there too, but I don't know. Kind of culture-wise, happy we ended up here. But I'd love to visit Malaysia one day and check it out. I've heard it's awesome. So, Ralph, I noticed that if New York opens and trades to at least 50% of London's IB 34 AM, then we typically do the wedge pattern, taking both sides of range. ES did it today. Okay. Yeah, that's a good observation, Ralph. So you shorted 59.06. Check it out. But didn't hold. Then bought the lows. Nice. Where'd you get long? Yes. Down at the daily DML there at like 58.72-ish or something. Oh, okay. Nice. Well, look, you had a good read, so that's great. Look, holding, this is why the theme of June is hold onto our winners and add to our winners. So we will all get better holding and adding. Yours truly included. And that means a lot of them will come back. But the ones that run, baby, they run like Friday on the Nasdaq. That's what we're looking for. So let's look. I think the last alert we got was cattle, which is not doing much. We're just waiting. Nasdaq's not doing much. But you see how we preserve our capital. We're just waiting for the good setups. Some people's days are already over because they, you know, insisted on messing around in poor trading conditions. And there are some people that can make money in these types of trading conditions. More power to you. But for me, I'm like, why bother? I'd rather wait for good setups on markets that are moving. Like right now, silver is probably going to alert us soon. And we could be setting up for a reversal up here somewhere on silver. We're waiting. We're not doing it yet, but we could get there. Nasdaq's right in the middle of the range. I'm guessing the daily point of control's in there somewhere, so just a lot of chop. So Ralph just hadn't figured out how to use VPE with this idea, but I think today showed me something good. Yeah, you can use VPE with anything, really. You know, look at Rafa. He's using his moving averages and his candlestick charts, but he uses all the dynamic market levels, and he's just killing it. So you can take you don't have to use VPE the way I do it. I use VPE and only VPE because that's what, I love it. That's what works for me. But there's some other people using it in ways I would have never thought of, and they're making a lot of money. So that's awesome. That's the deal. What's the deal? What show is that? You guys will know. Nasdaq, we just got, and gold, we got alerted. Let's make sure we don't miss anything on gold. The alerts are coming in here. 11:26. There's gold. High a day. I mean, I'm not going to short that, but there could be a lot of support down here to 33.80-ish if we get a pullback. So I'll be interested maybe in that. Nasdaq, we got an alert, but we already know Nasdaq, we're not doing anything. So I hope it breaks to the downside for Supreme. I'm rooting for Supreme here. Can bust out of that range. No worries, Supreme. Jacob, you still here while you're working? I hope so. But you might have a meeting. I've noticed one thing that helps while I'm streaming is to I have to close Discord, because otherwise I just get lost in answering questions, and I just can't do that while I'm focusing here. I thought of that because I just opened it. I'm like, oh, no, I got to keep that closed. So silver looks like it probably wants to keep squeezing. That's quite a trend run on silver. So this would be like the trend playbook. I'm not doing this, but this is like Jacob, if you are here, you watch this later, or anybody, that's the trend playbook. Like when you start to see that this trend is going and you're pretty sure it's going to keep going, just wait for pullbacks to the lower time period congestion support level, Like that's a good playbook. It's just not, I'm not interested in that right now because I'm just doing these other things we're talking about. But for those of you who want to focus on one thing, you can do that. There's Nasdaq being stubborn in this range, testing Supreme's patience. He's doing a good job. So Ralph, I want to use VP like you. I want to take trades that I can wait for and hold, but old habits are hard to shake. Exactly. You just gotta shake them off. So I saw it and took it, but didn't feel calm and focused. I get that, Ralph. I get that. Well, look, Ralph, you're a founder, so we got lots to talk about. Don't worry about it, my friend. I see a good financial future for you. I really do. For a lot of you, most people. It's definitely a marathon. It's about, I mean, really what trading comes down to when you're starting is, there's the close on the Nasdaq. Don't want to miss anything while I get off into a rant, but rants are fun. By the way, all my rants, guys, when I'm sharing stuff with you, it's also me just reminding myself of all the shit I already know, but I constantly forget. Right? So I'm always reminding myself. So Nasdaq, we're not taking this, but for those of you Nasdaq traders out there, I have nothing to offer. Yeah, you got a pocket here, but I'm rooting for Supreme. That's all I can say about the Nasdaq at this exact moment. ES, Supreme was one of my first 60 subscribers on YouTube. That's cool. So here's ES, you know, range bound. Feeder cattle, doing nothing. Well, I mean, it's trending, but nothing I want to do. So let's go back to Nasdaq. Yeah, so when you're starting trading, I mean, it's really about staying power, right? It's about being able to put in that time and take those, you know, losses and invest in your education and, you know, blow evals now that there's prop trading. There wasn't always prop trading. But you know, it's a matter of, it's the time money equation, you know, for those who are really working hard to get better. The question is, you know, you got to stay alive until you make it, right? That's the name of the game. And that's why probably most people fail, is because it's not easy to stay alive while you're making it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it could go either way here, Supreme. I see it. It's just, to me, it could break lower, it could break higher. I got no idea, but you got a handle on it, so it's all good. But I mean, Ralph, look, you're catching on super fast because you've been studying, you know, a lot, and you've been in the live streams a lot, and you've been going over your notes and doing your own videos and all that. You should do a YouTube channel, Ralph, for the videos that you do. You know, I know you're teaching a little bit in there, but it doesn't matter. You could do that on YouTube. But anyways, that's putting in all that time. That's really what it takes, and then staying alive until the consistency starts to flow, right? Once you, I remember a long time ago. I know how hard it is, guys, in the beginning, where you're it just feels like you're on this never-ending treadmill and you're trying to get to like some level of consistency. I know it's hard, but as any trader who's been around long enough and has had consistency long enough, once you get there, you realize, you know, you're so glad you stuck with it and got profitable, because, you know, it's never easy, but it does get easier. It doesn't mean you still don't have horrible days. Sometimes you do. You get punched in the face, but you just know that you can make money. And there's no feeling like that, knowing that anywhere in the world you go, you can take a laptop and make money. And that is a phenomenal feeling. I like that. We got an order alert here on crude. Yeah, so crude's just chopping around here. Nasdaq's just painfully stuck in the range. You would think at some point, with gold pushing, Nasdaq should drop. Gold's not looking back. Silver still waiting for something up here, maybe for a reversal. I don't think we're missing any alerts. I don't have the alert on for the 30-year bond because I don't trade it, but if I'm going to trade the ultra bond, so there, ultra bond's doing what we thought, you know, dropping. I didn't want to take that from the middle of the range, which is fine. Crude. So, wow, look at that flush on corn, guys. Jeez. That's pretty incredible, huh? Goes from the high a day to the low a day in one bar almost. That's what I love about corn. So maybe I wasn't wrong. Not wrong, but you know, my observation about that that monthly extension being broken on close. Maybe we are going, because I told you guys I'm waiting for corn down into 440, right? Or whatever I said. Was it even 434? I can't remember. I'll cover that tonight in the end of day analysis, but that was certainly a nice flush there. Wheat as well, rolling over, congesting. Soybeans, cattle. So yeah, gold, silver. We'll see. Nasdaq. Strange day. I mean, not strange, but just kind of. I mean, a little strange. Had pretty huge moves in the grains and crude, giving it back. Oh, gold pushing, but Nasdaq not dropping yet. So kind of interesting from that perspective. So Ralph, I want to do that. I like that for sure. Just want to get consistent. Yeah, of course. No, that's the goal, man. Got to get consistent first. Yeah, it processes everything, and then that's what I'm. You know, I'm all. We're all working. I'm working now, even though I'm putting up good numbers and consistency. You know, is great for the most part. We can always get better at process, right? And that's what I'm trying to teach you guys on the stream is working on my own process, showing you how I do it, and then that can help you work on your process, right? That's super important. Because process is everything. Yeah, you don't have to feel bad at all. When you look at it as a process, I mean, today, I love that on crude oil, I recognized very fast that the lower time period was not confirming and just no emotion, whatever, pure objectivity, just get out, break even, fine. And then everything else has just been chop. I don't see anything, you know, or, you know, gold and silver trending up, but not giving an opportunity to get in with decent risk. And then, yeah, corn, that one, was that corn? I think, yeah, that one little buy on corn, that could have been good from there to there, but whatever, it's fine. It's really about just not stepping on the landmines. Yeah, and these aha moments, they'll come and then they'll fade. So you got to write them down and really go over them a lot because you'll have the aha and then a few weeks later, like you'll have the same aha and you'll be like, wow, I already had that aha. So it takes time for those to stick. Yeah. Process and plan. And look, you're not going to have process if you don't have a plan, right? So you got a plan that funnels into the process, and then the process funnels into the patience. You should write that down. Actually, it's pretty good. The 3 P's. Let's write it down. The VolPro Edge 3 P's. We got you plan, process, patience. And then that leads to profits. My goodness, I'm going to roll with the P's. The 4 P's. I like it. Keep it simple. Yeah, you can write that down for us, Ralph. The 4 P's. Plan, process, patience, profits. It's great. It's like that song back in the day. I'm down with OPP. Now I can say I'm down with 4PP. You guys remember that? Was that from the 90s? Down with OPP? Was that song? You guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, we're getting signals and I'm yapping. Hogs, chop, cattle. So look, cattle, you know, that pattern I talked about, looking good. Again, we were kind of stalking that, and I was just, you know, being picky, which I am. I wanted that to come back to there, and then that could have been a decent buy for a test a high a day, push the high a day. So that's all right. Nasdaq, wow, tight range. Some water. Guys, I'm not going to do it, but that would be really mean if I yelled Darren's name and then said, just kidding. So I'm not going to do that. And D, I hope you're getting some good snooze in. D is the Iron Man. He can stay awake forever. If I don't get like a solid 8 hours, I do not feel good. I've never been a real morning person, but now that I've started going to bed earlier with my kids, I feel pretty good in the morning. Even at like 4 in the morning. It's like if you go to bed at 8, you know, if I'm out like a light at 8 and I wake up at like 4 or 5, you know, you feel pretty darn good. What I realized is I just changed those hours. Like I used to be up a lot later, and those nighttime hours, I mean, I love just shifting those hours to the morning hours, the early morning hours. It's really cool. All right. Nasdaq is doing absolutely nothing. We're watching and we're waiting and we're being patient, which is wonderful. And all of our other markets, we're just waiting for alerts. Silver, we could potentially entertain a short up here for a reversal, but we've got to wait for it to set up. We've at least had a very large range expansion, and could be a good short on silver if it develops. Gold is going to the moon, which means the Nasdaq at some point, based on recent correlations, should drop. Platinum in the midst of a nice reversal here. See, I look at platinum, I go, did I miss that reversal? Not for me. It just was a bit too choppy down here. I would have liked more cleanliness. Then I could have bought it, yeah. Yes. NQ. Dow, I mean, was painfully in the middle of the range. So, that's where we're at. I kind of feel like Nasdaq's going for high a day. You can just recognize this on the VolPro Edge intraday chart here. We're in congestion, but we're trending up now. 1, that's just above the middle. 2, 3, 4, and we're grinding. So, and we came out of this here and closed. So that's why I've been sort of suspecting. And you've got the daily true average. So now that we reclaim that, that's why I thought these DMLs, to your point, Ralph, or whoever was at, no, Darren was asking, yeah, they can act like magnets. And that's why I've been thinking we want to go up and test those. But it's not like one that I would bet on. But it's an interesting observation. So my mom wrote back about the monkey tour. That'll be fun. They're going to the rainforest. All right. Last alert was cattle, so we're still waiting for a new alert. The volume has slowed down tremendously across all these markets. What's up, D? Naughty by nature. Oh, exactly. That was naughty by nature. I was like, naughty, but yeah, exactly. Down with OPP. Yep. That's funny. That's when you think about the name of the band, Naughty by Nature. That's really funny. What's up, Jacob? I know this isn't the trend or reversal setups I'm focusing on, but what would you have thought about a long at 11:30 at 21,357? I saw the same exact thing on hourly, technically in trend, but ranging. I mean, I wouldn't mess with it on a day like this, Jacob. Like, yeah, it worked this time, but that's not a market you want to get involved with very often because it's not like a powerful trend. It's a good observation. I'm just telling you why I wouldn't mess with it. Supreme closes short. Sorry to hear that, my friend. It happens. On to the next one. You took your shot, you know. Could have as well dropped. We never know. Yeah, you just this market right here, Jacob, to me is just not clean yet. It's just like on Friday how we stayed out of all the crap here early in the day. And look, if you just don't get involved in all this, I mean, I'm not saying if you want to become a congestion expert, then do that, right? You can do that with VolPro Edge for sure. Right now, my focus is not congestion. So by staying out of all that, preserve the capital for when the long reversal really set up. Imagine getting chewed up and spit out in here, lose a bunch of money, lose a bunch of confidence, and then you're not even here to take this beautiful setup. So today, I already feel like a nice victory no matter what happens, just because I'm following my process, which is to not get involved in that. Not that I can't read it to a certain extent. I can. It's just, I mean, I gotta, on the Nasdaq, you know, to get out of the noise, you gotta risk 20 points at least. So to make that worth it, you know, you gotta make 60, 70, 80 points. I like to make, if I can, closer to 100. It just makes it way more smart. And Darren is awake. You're not missing much, D. I'll yell your name if you want to doze off, I promise. So it looks like Nasdaq wants to come up to these DMLs. They're stacked there together. You heard what I said about the DMLs acting like magnets, Darren, right? Which is what you were asking about yesterday. Yeah, of course they can act like magnets, and you can use them as targets. I just wouldn't use them as like the basis for a trade. It wouldn't be like, oh, we're a long way away from those DMLs. I might as well just go in because they're going to go back there. I wouldn't do that. But if I was in a trade, then yeah, you can definitely use them as levels to target. You know, if I was in a trade for other good reasons. We are waiting. The waiting game. It's like that movie, The Crying Game, except this is the waiting game. I'm not bored. I'm just watching, waiting. If you get bored easily, meditation will help that a lot. It'll help your focus. It'll help you stay more balanced on the dopamine, cortisol roller coaster. Meditation's good. One thing that would be nice, I'm not allowed to smoke in my place, but when I get an office, when I find the right place, hopefully two things. I need an ocean view right on the beach, and I need to be able to sit and have a little bit of Cuban throughout the day. That would be nice. I can go get one and smell it and show it to you guys while we wait. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we got Romeo y Julieta. Oh, that's great. If I can't smoke it, I at least have to smell it. Just waiting for setups, guys. Swiss cheese. Nasdaq kind of pushing here. So Jacob, even on hourly, if we come up near high a day, break daily DMLs and come back in and close under reclaim, no interest in it. I mean, it's so connected to how I feel about the daily and the weekly, Jacob, about whether or not I would want that trade. Exactly. I want a trend. So I see what you're saying. Yes, you're right. So here on the NASDAQ, this is not a powerful trend. Like maybe if it gets going up into here somewhere, you know, and then I had the weekly DML resistance, congestion resistance to lean on there up near the daily, you know, yeah. So I want more of a trend. So you're right. Trend leading up to it. Exactly. Yes, that's correct, Jacob. Good job. Just because, like Zest was saying earlier, and I agree with him, volatility begets more volatility, right? And crappy trading, you know, no vol begets more crappy trading. Shit begets more shit. So we want movement to capture the movement the other way, or movement with the trend to capture more movement with the trend. But what we want is movement, right? It's Isaac Newton's 17th law. Trade with VolPro Edge and wait for movement and you'll make money, I think. Let's see. We got Ultra Bonds See, I would have loved like a counter trend. Boom. But, you know, I'm waiting for what I'm waiting for. Feeder cattle. See, we're trending nicely on feeder cattle, so there is some resistance up here. If we get a good reversal move, could consider reversal on feeder cattle. You know what I really miss from Costco? They used to have this like jalapeno avocado hummus. It was so good. It was like hummus, but it had like jalapenos and a little bit of avocado in there. It was amazing. I got to make that here. I got to get the ingredients. Gold sitting, silver. So crude kind of congesting around here. So like, yeah, if you want to become a congestion expert in crude, you know, that's a good short. That's a good long. And that's, you can make a lot of money in these congestions. It's just not what I'm feeling right now. I kind of try and I try and base my process on the types of markets I think we're in and we're going into. And I think we're in for a lot of, you know, trends and reversals. And then the chop we're in, I think is going to be shit chop. Now I could be wrong. That's not really going to affect my results too much, but that's why I'm kind of interested in reversals and trends right now. So we got a alert for copper chopping around. You know, if it's possible to get the daily levels on my hourly, it would be possible if there was an input on VPE for the value, because I could overlap another VPE indicator and set the input to daily and have it only show what I want. I don't know. Let's. You have ChatGPT, Jacob? Because it's good to ask ChatGPT. Can I plot input values from one TradingView chart onto another? By default, TradingView doesn't allow you to directly plot inputs from one chart onto another, unless you are manually coding it using PineScript. Okay, so I will have to have Jonas do that, because I agree that's important. And thankfully, since TradingView sucks, we will have to do more of our own coding. I mean, Sierra Charts is so much better, but I understand those of you who have already paid for TradingView, and I get that. So, okay. Yeah, Jacob. So I got to ask Jonas about that. I'm sure that's a very easy thing for him to code, so that shouldn't be a big deal. And it's just incredible that a company as big as TradingView doesn't have volume-based intraday charts and doesn't have the ability to plot higher time periods from one chart onto a lower time period. I mean, it's insanity. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. We'll get it fixed, Jacob. We got to do it manually. That's what ChatGPT said to me. So, yeah. Freaking TradingView, man. And that's the thing about TradingView. It's not cheap and it sucks. Like, there's people using VolPro Edge on TradingView to make a lot of money, like Rafa and Aaron the Commodity and other guys. So I'm not like knocking. You can use it and you can make money, so that's great. But in terms of, like, I pay like $70 a month for TradingView, and it's like, wow. For Sierra Charts, for the yearly package with data, I pay $35 a month, and it's just, so for TradingView for $70 a month, can't, you know, get volume-based charts. I mean, it's incredible. and can't have higher time period overlays. It's like, what are they doing with all the money they're collecting from people? I mean, they're definitely not putting it into infrastructure development. So Jacob getting the hang of the systems, but is still not good. I'm not being patient. Yeah, exactly. You got to work on that patience. But that's good you're recognizing it. That's the first, step toward working on it. Oh yeah, the reset fees add up, dude. Just if I were you, I would paper trade for this month and just work on patience. Because without patience, you're going to spend way more on resetting and all that. It's not worth it. Like, yeah, if you think you can follow my setups and really be disciplined, fine. But it is a marathon, not a sprint. And there's no harm in paper trading and learning patience that way. And then come over to evals when you've got some patience, right? And in the meantime, just continue to study VolPro Edge and work on your patience and then build like that. I think that's a good approach. That's why I recommended whatever you're going to do, the trend system, or if you want to do what I'm doing here, every day, just process. And I mean, honestly, if you're able to be with the live streams for an extended period of time, I can't make it easier for you because I'm showing you live in real time what process looks like and what patience looks like. And if you start to feel impatient, just say, well, does Andy look impatient? No, it's process. And then that'll bring you back. The live stream will help you get back into the process. Yeah, and the reset fees add up quick, and the prop firms know this, right? That's why they've got little money printing businesses. Well, huge money printing businesses, not little. They're making bank because people lack patience and they give people very difficult rules. On a top step eval, 150K, you got to make $9,000 without losing 4,500. That's a 200% return. That's a lot. So we've got an order for Russell, wheat. Oh, we got a lot here. Jeez. We got hogs, nothing. We got Russell, nothing. We've got wheat collapsing. Very interesting. Just let wheat. We're not near the low of the day. Don't want anything there. Soybean meal and heating oil. So soybean meal and heating oil. Yeah. I'm waiting. You see, process. Yeah, I can tell that, Jacob. You're probably an overachiever in everything else, aren't you? And when that's the case, that's why, doctors and lawyers are often the worst traders because they can't handle losing because they're always right in every other area of their life. So that's a good thing to be aware of and work on. It's good that you realize it. I don't like losing, but I accept it as part of the game. It's built into it's part of trading, and as long as you've got the process and you've got an edge with probabilities, you'll make money even taking many losses, right? You got to have an edge, you got a plan, you got to have process trading that plan, you've got to be balanced, but you do that, you're going to take losses. I mean, it's taken me some time now to get comfortable losing in front of everybody, but now I'm totally at peace with it because I really worked on it at a deep level. So like, Andy, it doesn't matter. Just trading is trading. Follow the process. Wins and losses don't matter. And then if you have an edge, you'll make money. So we got a alert for the Dow. Look, nothing. And believe me, like right now, it's a nice sunny day outside. I would love to go surfing, but I'm just following my process because I feel really good inside when I follow my process. And I feel really bad when I don't follow my process. I'm training myself to feel worse when I don't follow my process. Like if I lose and follow my process, I'm training myself to feel, oh, that's great. You feel great because you followed your process. You can't control which trades win and which ones lose. If you have an edge, you can follow your process and the probabilities will play out over time. Mark Douglas talks about that. I mean, Jacob, you should read Trading in the Zone and The Disciplined Trader by Mark Douglas. I mean, those are fantastic books, really. So gold's kind of still trying to push while the Nasdaq is getting stuck up here. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a couple minutes. Hey guys, did I miss anything? I had to I realized when I plugged in the VolPro Edge mobile last night to charge, I had forgotten to unplug it, but it's obviously it shuts the charging down with the lithium ion battery and all that, but I just went out to unplug it anyways. So I remember like, oh, I totally forgot to unplug that. That's the first time it's ever happened, but I think it's fine. Um, so let's see, Jacob. Yeah, I wanted to be a STEM major in school, but settled on business full time. Going back to school for engineering. January to go back to full time, full load by them. The bigger picture dream, we do this. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely. I mean, if you could do engineering on the side and yeah, just travel and trade. You're still young. You got plenty of time. You just have to I think I just noticed because I'm getting to know you guys a little better now, each one of you, and I can tell with yours is the impatience. And I know that you don't like losing, and I could tell that. I was going to talk to you about that because you're always kind of looking for like perfect, like I don't know, like I can just see like you want to not take losses, which is good. I don't want to take losses either, for sure. That's fantastic, but you're going to have to, number one, like stay focused and patient, and then that'll lead to the discipline and, you know, trading the process. So we talked about the 4 P's earlier. I don't know if you missed that, Jacob, but that was plan, process, patience, profits. So write that out above your computer, stick it to your wall. You plan, you follow the process, you have patience, and then you get profits. The 4 P's. You'll see it's not an intellectual challenge for you. You understand VolPro Edge. It's going to be a psychological thing, and you got to work on that, and that's going to take time, but it will pay off. It's just going to take work, you know. So let's see, silver triggered. Hopefully we didn't miss a trade while I was away. So there's a nice little flash there. You see how you're moving inside the envelope? I'm not going to short this here, although I do think, you know, there's a decent probability that this resistance could be strong and push us down. But I'm waiting for more of a real reversal. That's not giving it to me yet. But I think this could cause a little bit of a flush. Just keep an eye on that. Wow, look at corn, guys. Well, I mean, this is nice not to be. I just love following the process and just trying to pick. I want to look back at every trade and say, you know what, I really had my reasons for that trade. It was within my plan. It was with my process. And if it loses, that's okay, as long as I traded it well. That's really the key. I mean, guys like you, Jacob, that are here at a young age, you know, David in Spain, we got Adam in Iceland. You guys are all, you know, young enough to the point where you've really got a good chance if you really take what I'm, you know, what I'm trying to teach you guys, the whole package, not just the VolPro Edge, but the psychological aspects. If you really, really work on that, I mean, you're at a stage where you could have an awesome life, you know, making money, a lot of it, traveling around, enjoying yourself. You got to ask yourself, how much do you want what trading can give? And then how hard are you willing to work for that? You know, and smart, you know, because working hard is one thing. Like, you know, like I'll say this to you guys. So Jacob, I'll just use you as the example since you're right here on the chat. How many hours a day do you spend looking at charts? And you don't, this is not like a bad or a right or wrong thing. I want to know, like, generally speaking, you know, while you're flipping around, you're at work, you know, you work from home, you're doing stuff there. What's up, Luke? Yoga class. Awesome, bro. Yeah, yoga is what it's all about. Balancing out, working out, get a little quiet mind time. I bet you the girls aren't bad in that class either, huh? Don't tell me that you just go to yoga just for the yoga. I'm not going to buy it, Luke. I forgot Luke's another young guy like Cam. There's a lot of you guys like right around 20 that have huge opportunities with trading by being here and really digesting this. Yeah, so 3-4 hours. Yeah. And that's great, Jacob. So you're getting the screen time, which is awesome. And let me just check platinum while we're waiting. Yeah, so platinum, just wait here. So you're getting the screen time, Jacob, like a lot of people. So what I would suggest is start taking a little bit. Let's say you spend, just take 3 hours, just whatever, right? So that's 180 minutes, right? So out of that 180 minutes, right, 10% is 18 minutes. So take that 3 hours, take 90% and set it over here for your chart time, right? But reduce it by 18 minutes and block off 10% of the time to sit and try and start to learn to, whatever you want to call it, meditation, it doesn't matter, but sit quietly with yourself. And you can go online and learn about meditation and whatever, but just start going inward a little bit. Like, that's for trading. It's not for hippy dippy stuff. It's not for religious reasons. It's none of that crap. It's all for being balanced and learning patience. If you start doing that and start with 18 minutes a day, and it's going to be hard, man. You're not going to want to do it. When you do it, it's going to drive you nuts. You're going to want to get back to doing stuff because your mind is going to be like, oh, this is such a waste of time. Why are we doing this? We should be staring at the charts. It's like, that's exactly the monkey that you got to get under control through that quiet time. Everybody should be doing that. Take your quiet, and I'm not talking about like, oh, I went for a walk. No, I'm literally talking about learning to sit quietly and learning to be bored will help your patience like you have no idea. And when you know you can do it for 18 minutes, after a few weeks of intense struggle and practice, then bump it up to 22 minutes, and then bump it up to 25 minutes, and then 30 minutes. And there will be a direct connection between your trading results going up the longer you're able to sit and be quiet with yourself and really be quiet and focused and manage that boredom. Does that make sense? Oh, it's just guys on the baseball team, Luke. I feel for you, bro. Okay, nice. But yoga's good. Yeah, I love yoga too. I used to do a lot of yoga on the beach, and I got to get back to it because I got to get my flexibility back for sure. It's good for everything, surfing, baseball, all that. So I hope that makes sense for you guys for the mind space. It's really important. There's platinum, high a day. I mean, I wouldn't really want to short platinum up here. I don't think it's a bad short. You got a little counter trend here, temporary resistance here. But with the other metals being so strong, I just don't think it's smart to short platinum here. So I'm not going to even be tempted by a reversal, even if it was to set up, which it hasn't yet. But I'm just talking my way through it. Let's look at nat gas, chopping. NQ, nothing. I mean, it's kind of just whenever you have time, but ideally, Jacob, if you could do it right when you wake up in the morning and right before you go to bed, but you can't be too tired or you'll fall asleep. But I mean, even if you could do it twice a day to kind of anchor your day in the beginning, anchor your day in the end. And yeah, what I would do is like, when I first started a long time ago, what I actually found easiest, if you close your eyes, you'll get sleepy. Just sit on a chair like maybe a yard or so from a wall, like a blank wall. And you can keep your eyes open, but like, you know, kind of like not wide open, but just open, and just kind of zone out staring at the wall and try and breathe through your nose and take big breaths in and kind of slow breaths out, and just try and stare at that wall, right? I wouldn't even recommend in the beginning to try to watch your thoughts with your awareness. That's probably too advanced. So just try and see if you can stare at a wall for 20 minutes and breathe without going insane. That would be a good start. If you can do that once a day, just do it when you have time. If you can do it twice a day, that's better. And you can, you know, research different meditation, and like meditations like trading. There's lots of different methods you can try. So if what I just described doesn't work for you, then go try a different one. But don't strategy hop on meditations, just like trading. Just pick one. And the reason it's going to be hard is because you're going to be bored and you've never tried to work on your boredom. And that's normal. In our society, we're not taught to do that. In the Far East, they're more taught to do that. I mean, whatever feels comfortable. I like, when I'm meditating, I like in through nose, out through nose. I like the nose. But if I ever do Wim Hof, of course, then you got, this is not really Wim Hof. Wim Hof's great, but this is not that, where you do out through the mouth, like, this is not that. This is more calm, relaxing. You're coming down. So AJ, you're back. You had to go to the bank and open a VIP account. Nice. VolPro Edge. Future private client, of course. Nice. Good job. Oh, yeah. They know all the VolPro Edgers for sure. Soon we're going to have the VolPro Edge bank. That'd be cool. Yeah, Wim Hof is intense. Pretty cool. I like the Wim Hof. But just start with the meditation and be good. Okay, yeah, listen to Luke. He's also a young guy. Look up vortex breathing. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's good. Luke plays baseball with Cam in college, so they probably do a lot of that breathing and even yoga, Jacob, join a yoga class, do some yoga. But just start, keep it simple. I don't want to dump too much on your plate. And this is not just to Jacob, this is to everybody. If you're having a problem with patience and boredom and following the process, do this exercise. It's Zen. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's just jump into this real quick. Let's make sure we don't miss anything. But let's jump in. I'll show you what I think you should do. It's called Zazen. It's what I started with. Do Zazen example. Here you go. This is perfect. This is what you should do. Right there. See the wall right there? I can pretty much guarantee you that this person has, I mean, I can't guarantee you, but there's a chance that those eyelids are not fully closed because they do that in the Zen tradition. Because when you close your eyelids, especially when you're a beginner, you can fall asleep way too easy and you lack your focus. So by keeping your eyes kind of cracked, they're relaxed, they're cracked. That's the distance you are to the wall, and you're not like focusing on the wall. You're just kind of like zoning out. And just try in the beginning. Eventually, you'll get good at that, and then you can put your awareness on your thought, how you're feeling. You'll see that they just bubble up from nowhere. Your feelings, your thoughts, your emotions, they bubble up and they go down. And you, whoever you are, has nothing to do with it. You're just like a innocent bystander. But don't worry about that too much. Just start with this. You don't have to put on a robe or anything, but if you do and you want to post a picture in VolPro Edge Discord area, that would be cool. Definitely bonus points for that. Yeah. Yeah, Zazen. It's cool. There's a really good book I read a long time ago. I think it's called The Way of Zen. Let me see. It was awesome. I'll tell you guys the story one time how I got this book. It was crazy. No, that's Alan Watts, The Way of Zen. Hold on, let me give you the right book. Best Zen. Because this is like a practice book. Best Zazen book. It's a classic. The Three Pillars of Zen. This book by Philip Kapleau. I think he's dead now, but that book right there, Three Pillars of Zen, it got me on the path a long time ago. You'll learn a lot about his journey, Zen, how to practice Zen, and Zazen. It's really good. Mm, great, great book. I remember my story on that. I was probably like maybe not as young as you guys, but I was probably in my 24 maybe. And I was just in a bookstore in Santa Monica and I'd never known anything about Zen or meditation or anything. I grew up like a super competitive athlete. I served like pretty non-religious, although raised Catholic, and I just walking by a bookstore and I saw that book. I don't know why. I'm not even joking. I bought it. I bought the book and I was like, oh, I don't even know. I'm just going to buy it. And then it sat in my closet for like 3 years. And then one day I started reading it at night and my journey of inner space exploration began. And thank God for that. It was just crazy. So I really recommend that. Yeah, exactly. That's why you got to go, Jacob. Just don't stare. They don't like that. But yeah, do some yoga, some some Zen meditation at home. But the sitting in that chair and doing some zazen, just call it boredom training. You don't have to call it zazen, call it boredom training. It'll take a while, but it'll change your trading like you guys wouldn't believe. Any of you who are struggling with patience, do that exercise. It's very hard at AGI now. Well, for me, I'm very happily married, so for me it's not hard, but for you guys, I get it totally. So yeah, I would definitely do the meditation. So we got an alert here on crude oil. It's 12:30 p.m. Eastern. I would like something to happen, but I'm not going to force it. So crude, congestion. See, these aren't bad. That's not a bad congestion pullback right there, especially with that bullishness on the daily, but that's not my process today. So I don't want to take that. I still think Nasdaq wants to try to test up here, but gold is pushing higher still. I mean, silver, we see had a failed congestion entrance down attempt so far. See where that closes. All right, cool, Ralph. Good luck, man. Hey, Luke. I took a break even on crude oil, and that is all I've taken. One break even on crude oil because it's a choppy market. So we're being patient. We're following the process, and we're waiting for the good setups to come. Did you see that nice Nasdaq reversal we had in the highlights video, Luke, from Friday? If you guys haven't seen the highlights, it is that video. I'm going to start doing these. I'll get a better thumbnail, but at least they're slowly improving. So you go 15 minutes, you can see all the highlights from Friday's live stream. And today, I will do today's highlight video. Is going to last about 10 seconds. Hey guys, nothing happened. We talked about Zazen. Have a nice day. Unless something happens. But check that video out if you haven't. Yeah, that's the thing. It's, you know, things happen when they happen, and it's tough to be there for all of them, which is why it's super important. Like, what's good about VolPro Edge is teaching you guys how to do your own system. So then, you know, you hopefully don't miss trades. But at least the live streams are a good opportunity for those of you who are here to learn. And then also when the good trades set up, hopefully you guys can take them too. Let's look at hogs. Not much going on. Back to Nasdaq is our default. I mean, look at this. Quiet. Yeah, it was totally awesome. It was a great, great trade. The only thing that I forgot to take it on my Top Step XFAs. But like I said, they hadn't taken out the money. Well, they hadn't sent me the money yet. So I was like, all right, that's fine. But I'll let you guys know when my other 4,500 bucks comes from Top Step today. Should come at some point. Usually it's by the end of the day. Sometimes it's middle of the day. Let's see. Check my Wise account. If you guys get, when you get payouts from Top Step, which I imagine a lot of you have already had, and a lot of you will get if you keep working hard, set up a Wise account, WISE. The payments seem to come to Wise faster than ACH. So yeah, still waiting for that other payment by then. Just hanging out. I mean, like I said, I did expect in the analysis that, you know, the daily congestion support level, could be strong, but more down toward here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us try to test a little lower, like I said. So there's a lot of resistance up in here. Nice crossover with the reaction resistance crossing lower than the support. So that's a crossover. It kind of like locks that level. And if you see that crossover lining up with other key DMLs, it makes a difference. So that zone from the middle of the envelope there, look, you even have a crossover there. I would say in this case, that's relevant because you stretch it across. You're at the middle of the envelope. You're at that crossover there. You've got this crossover zone here. And then really, you can extend it down. That's your zone of resistance. That's also 21.6. You're being reinforced by the weekly congestion resistance DML. So that's a good resistance zone in my view. If we were to close up in there, depending, I would potentially have to go short like this for tomorrow, maybe. Or if we get a good reversal signal up there today, I may have to take the reversal. So that's just an idea. I'm always, you see, that's also, VolPro Edge is like a language. The more fluent you become, you'll see these things, and then you can plan your process and your trades around those other nuances that at first are not easy to see. Yeah, the reaction levels on TV and Sierra will be different. Some of the DMLs will be different, especially on the daily, and that's because Sierra and TradingView, they collect their data differently from the exchanges. So they're both accurate, but I would say on Sierra, I like Sierra, but they're both accurate. I can remember a few weeks back, I was waiting for like an extension to get hit on Sierra, and it didn't get hit for the reversal. And I wasn't even looking at my trading views, but the TradingView extension got hit and flagged a beautiful reversal. So whatever you're using, just use those charts to anchor your decision making. Does that make sense? And for those of you who can afford, well, Sierra chart is cheaper if you pay for a year in advance, way cheaper. So for those of you eventually who can get Sierra and do the year package where you pay 29 bucks a month, but you got to pay it up front for a year. And then your data is $6 a month. If you have a brokerage account at AMP with like $100 in it, you don't have to trade it. Just park $100 there. You get the cheap data with Sierra. You're literally paying $35 for the best charting package, in my opinion. And then let's say with VolPro Edge, I mean, you're getting, in my view, fantastic education, a system with different strategies with an edge, plus the best charting package. You're getting all that for right around a couple $100 a month. I mean, that's you can't beat that. Like, you really can't. I was gonna say it's hard to beat, but you just can't. Like I pay $70 a month just for TradingView. Ugh. I have to have TradingView because they don't let me share my VolPro Edge indicators unless I have a TradingView account, which is fine. It's a business expense, but I still wouldn't have TradingView otherwise. Not that it's bad. Lots of people are using it to make money. That's great. It's a retail platform. It's certainly easier to use in the beginning, but once you get used to Sierra is easy. We're developing for Ninja now, so Ninja will be ready very soon. Man, these mosquito bites. Whew. I don't know if you get, I'm O positive blood type, and when I was a kid, the mosquitoes would always be eating me, and I'd tell my buddies, like, dude, they're going after me. And now they've done scientific studies that the mosquitoes go after the O positive people way more. My wife is like A or whatever that is. She never gets bit, ever. Not even like ever. And my daughter's like me, she gets bit. My mom's like me, she gets bit. My dad's like my wife. My dad doesn't get bit. So if you're A blood type, you're lucky from a mosquito perspective. I just get eaten alive. And here the mosquitoes are like tiny, so you can't even see them. I don't even know where they come from. Whereas like, in LA, if there's a mosquito bug in you, you'll see it and feel it. there's not a lot, but when they do come out, whereas here there's thousands of microscopic ones I can't even see. So like I won't even see or feel one mosquito, and then I'll look at my legs after like having a cigar on the beach. I'm even down by the water. It's not like I'm not in the jungle, and I'll just look at my legs and like, oh, there's another 50 fresh bites for today. Is that interesting, you guys? The mosquito talk. All right, let's make sure we're not missing anything. We got feeder cattle, which it could. I don't want to reverse that there. Not against this. It's too strong. Soybeans, not doing anything. So Nasdaq still has 9,000 contracts left there. Dow doing nothing. ES. It's a nice little flash pattern there. High a day, middle of the envelope. You've got some resistance there. I mean, I'm not going to take this, but just let's see what happens. You know, you're at the high a day. You had a little trend run. Not enough for me, Jacob, but just pointing it out. And you kind of are in congestion, so that could go like that. I'm not taking it because it's not enough of a, you know, reversal type situation, but you know, the lower time period here was heading up, entered congestion. So it could definitely drop back down to here for sure. We'll see. I'm not taking it. Because you're coming out of all this down here still, and you are kind of grinding. So even though you have that pattern, it could knock us down, but I just don't like it coming out of like this test here, this test here. You're grinding. Yeah, it could knock it down, but it's more of like a, you know, I don't know, just not ideal trading conditions. But on the weekly, you've got a lot of, you're at the edge of that resistance zone. But I like the weekly level, I like better right now because I like up in here. And I think we're going to want to go there this week. Maybe not today, but we'll see. So ultra bonds, yeah, there's that. So that was kind of what I was looking for ultra bonds on Friday. You see how we had that flash resistance. It just took one extra day. Boom. So crude little recovery. Look at corn. Impressive. So you guys can see why we haven't had anything today from my perspective and my process, right? Just give me a sec. All right, did we miss anything? Copper. Yeah, could be setting up a nice short for tonight. Could be some good end of day setups here. I mean, that's a pretty good exhaust right there on the copper chart, especially if we close up in here and this zone here is above us, then I will probably look to sell some copper like that. Potentially. We'll share that in the end of day analysis later. AJ, I didn't give myself time to give you the comparison of TV Sierra. I'll get back to it. I thought I was the only one seeing charts differently. No, it's not your settings. It's the data. TradingView uses different data than Sierra charts. So all platforms will have, you know, some levels will be different. And that's okay, as long as you're consistent in the levels you're using. So I wouldn't mix and match, you know, like different platforms. I would just use the platform that, you know, you want to use. So for me, I just use Sierra levels, and that's what I use. And your TradingView levels are fantastic as well. You just have to use those levels. And Ninja will have slightly different levels as well. I mean, do whatever works for you. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you how I do it. If you want to use both, do it, but it could just be more confusing. Like you could say to yourself, oh, you know, the Sierra charts extension on the daily is here, and oh my goodness, the TradingView is there, and oh, just use one and be consistent with it. So copper was the last one we got here. We're not doing anything there. We can wait on the Nasdaq. Still got about 7,500 contracts left. Well, no, 6,500, but just not. I mean, yeah, you're kind of pushing higher, but not enough for a reversal for me. Class 3 milk. Nice, Jacob. Can't say I've ever traded that. I know you're joking, or maybe not. No problem, AJ. My pleasure. Yeah. Well, you know, I do need to add the soft, to be honest, at some point, because I do like, I've traded sugar and cocoa and cotton before, and those can be great markets. Yeah, lumber and milk, they're not very liquid. OJ is not liquid, but cocoa, sugar, cotton. What's the last one I'm missing? Zest. You know, if you're here. What's the fourth liquid soft that I'm having a mind fart on? Which ones, AJ? Which dots in the lines? Just any dots? Okay, hang on. Yeah, I think you can trade the softs. No, I'm more interested in trading them on live accounts. I probably wouldn't trade the softs on props because I think you can on some props, but you got to pay extra data. I guess I'd have to see what it costs. If it's like 20 or 30 bucks, then yeah, I probably would, to be honest. I want to see it like yours. Let me just get, what's that last soft? Hold on, and then I will. Hang on, AJ, and then I'll hook you up. Softs. So cotton, coffee. Coffee's a great market. Cotton, coffee, sugar, and cocoa. I'll probably start charting those for you guys because they're great markets. They really are. David, hey guys, just made it to the stream. Any good setups? No, you missed a good day. One break even on crude oil. We're still waiting. Very choppy. Sticking to the plan. It was a great day by my perspective so far because we're following the process. Welcome, David. Bienvenidos, David. Our VolPro Edge representative en español. I'm going to message you more about that, David. I've just been busier than a, what is it called? A one-arm paper hanger. Is that the old expression? On my 5. Yeah. So AJ, if you want to change stuff, all you got to do is right click like that and go to studies like that. And then just go into settings. And then you just go to subgraphs and then you'll see like lines and you'll see all that stuff in there. So you just go studies, settings, subgraph, and then you can see how to change each thing to whatever you want. If you want a line, you can change the color, you can change the thickness. It's very adaptable. Yeah, you'll check it out. Let's see. My charts look like your one-day chart at the moment, or like this. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you'll get it. It's pretty straightforward. And it's good that you guys get in there, even though I give you some of my chart templates and stuff like that. It's good that you get in there and mess around with it, because the more you mess around with stuff, the more you're going to familiarize yourself with, you know, the charting package and all that, which is good. It's part of the process. It's part of the journey. Yeah, those you get. I mean, they're like any other market, Jacob. They trend well, but they also give good reversals. I mean, they're good markets. Let's see what the soft data costs on Sierra charts. You should, AJ. Like I said, man, you should start a YouTube channel. You know, Vets for VolPro Edge. I'll give you an affiliate code and go for it. You know, be awesome. I want you guys all to do that. Those of you who want to do it, get your YouTube channels, start showing your own journey. You don't even, it's not like, oh, you only show winning trades. No, just show like your journey, you know, and talk about your journey, the stories you've told. And then as you start to have success, document that and share it and get an affiliate code. Why not? I can tell you that in 3 or 4 years or however long it takes, I don't know, VolPro Edge is going to have a lot of people and be a well-known brand. And you're here before it even starts. So might as well. And it's good. It works. It's unique, you know, all that stuff. So, and it's helping people. Like a lot of people in the trading world get, you know, they fall into people who are full of shit and have horrible systems and make all kinds of money selling dreams. Yeah, of course. No, you have to show everything. You show the good, the bad, the ugly, but you show the journey. You're making progress. You talk about your day. You talk about what we saw on the live stream. The more you guys do that, I would appreciate it. It helps exposure for VolPro Edge, and it's also kind of cathartic for your own process, your own journey. You know, it's like a electronic journal of sorts. You know. So I would definitely encourage that. It won't take you long. Yeah, I will message you. Yeah, on the DLL with Sierra, we made some changes to the servers. So today Ralph was testing the latency. I want to hear from you and Tim when you guys have the live testing, the live indicator on, and you only have the input set to like 30 back because you're trading live. How does that work? If your back testing is closed down, you're not fetching a bunch of data back testing while you're live trading, even if you have like 10 or 20 intraday charts open, but you're not trying to get too much data for those charts, and you're setting your input on VolPro Edge, you know, lower. You know, still set up the charts the way you need to set them up to trade and make money. Just see how that latency works that way, because we increase server capacity and everything else, and we're trying to, you know, we're working on the issue, David. Yeah, and I will message you about that. We'll talk. I'm just getting caught up on stuff. But you are the Spanish representative, David. And that's what's cool too. Like AJ and David and whoever else is going to set up your own YouTube channel. Let me know when your channel is set up and you got your first couple videos, and then we'll get as many people from my channel to go over and subscribe to your channel to get you off to a start, you know? I think that's powerful. All right, let's make sure I don't miss anything while I'm yapping. Soybeans we looked at, I believe. Yeah, nothing there. Corn, huge reversal. Copper we looked at, so really soybean oil, not doing a lot, so we'll wait. Selling dreams is such a scam. Exactly. And there are so many people that just, they're out there. That's how they make their money, just peddling bullshit. But look, that game's as old as humanity, right? Sell people a dream, tell them they're going to get rich quick. It's super easy. You don't have to work at all. You give me $5, I'll give you back 5 million. People are like, hey, this scam has happened again and again throughout humanity, but this time must be real. I'm in. And they do it, which is mind boggling. Just looking at my mosquito bites. Could show you guys my bites, but it's too high up. Let's see if I go on the bed. You guys see my mosquito bites? Oh boy. They're intense. So we're waiting here. We'll go back to Nasdaq. Just kind of waiting. So yeah, that's what I want to do. Let me check the softs. Sierra chart. Checking the softs data here. So data trade services. So yeah, so it's Denali. Yeah, so you just got to connect, guys. If you're on sim trading like I am here on Sierra, you have to connect to your live account once a month to, you know, because that's how they know you get the cheap fees. So all you do is go here to trade, uncheck that box, wait a minute or two, and then recheck that box for trade simulation. I'm just looking for the fees for the softs. Pricing, exchange fees. There we go. So it's on the ICE. I don't see the ICE here for Denali. They should have it. I'll just Google it. I'll find it later. Don't want to miss anything, but I'm sure it'll be straightforward. NQ, we just got a signal. So there, like, yeah, you're at the high a day. It's kind of trending, but I don't see people stuck. Doesn't mean we won't drop. Just not something I'm going to take. They have butter futures. Yeah, butter and milk. No, they're there. They're just not liquid. You can't really trade them. Hey, what's up, Christian? How you doing, man? Powell at 1. Is he speaking? Is it on the schedule? I didn't catch that, but thank you. We miss our news guy. We miss our news guy, Christian. Let's see. Trading. Thanks for stopping by the stream, man. Economics. Let's see. Trading calendar. There it is. Okay. So Monday. I don't see him on this calendar, but that's good to know, Christian. Thank you. What's he doing? Is he speaking somewhere? ICE and NYMEX? Where do you see that, Jacob. You see that on Sierra charts? I couldn't find that, but I'm more focused on trading right now, which is why. But I mean, probably no one, which is why the volume is so low. I think you want the ICE, but don't get them yet. Don't pay for it. I wouldn't recommend it. I think back in the day, it was expensive. It was like $110 a month just for those softs. Yeah, so the Denali exchange with Sierra apparently doesn't cover ICE. They said if you want real-time data for ICE, it's available on the Sierra chart exchange data feed. That requires extra fees due to two different, therefore we give you a $10 per month credit when you are using both data fees. Okay, so it's the Sierra chart. Then someone asked, this is a long time ago, 2022, I want ICE data as well, but I don't see ICE US futures listed there. We are no longer offering the real-time ICE data. You would have to see if you can get the data from your trading service. That's weird. Subscribe to ICE futures, US data from IB. The live data is feeding into my Sierra, but I can't. Okay, so apparently you got to get it from, that's kind of a pain. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Oh, it's because they only had 10 users on the ICE softs on Sierra, so they didn't really have the resources to deal with it all. Interesting. I don't know about NYMEX. I just know when I used to trade some softs, which was, I didn't trade them very often, but I have traded them. It's always been ICE. So Supreme, thinking of swing longing NQ on my personal account. Got to do what you got to do, bro. I'm all for you. And I don't know about the NYMEX, Jacob. If I was going to open up a swing on the Nasdaq, and I don't have a crystal ball, but if I was going to open up a swing, it would be, I think I covered it on the month ahead analysis down in here somewhere, because you have a lot of monthly support down there. You've got some weekly support. So I would open up a month, like a longer swing at the weekly congestion support level, which I don't think we're at yet. Now, we may not get there. This may just continue to rip, and then you'd be in good shape if you open a swing here. But that's just my 2 cents of it. We might just head straight up. Totally possible. No tie indicator visible as of yet, but watching. Okay, nice. Is he speaking, Christian? Yeah, we got NFP on Friday, right? So that'll be big. All right, so Powell. Apparently Powell's doing something now, according to our in-house news guy. Thank you, Miyagi. So let's see, maybe the markets will get it. Maybe that's what we've been waiting for all day. I didn't realize he was speaking. It wasn't on the calendar I have. Powell schedule. Powell delivers remarks as Trump pushes budget that could add $5 trillion. Is that what's going on? This is a PBS announcement. He will deliver remarks at the Fed's International Finance Division's 75th anniversary on Monday. Okay. 1 p.m. Eastern. So that's what's going on. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate that. So here you guys go. Powell, 75th, 1 p.m. That's today. Courtesy of Christian. Appreciate that, man. That's the one. Okay, nice. David just tested HTP. It's working well. Even better than the first. Fast. Okay, that's fantastic. That's what we want. That means that what I did is I bought more server capacity and I bought more computing speed on the server. So that's great to hear. We still have to fix the currencies for whatever reason on CR charts. We'll get there. Not many people care, but I want to get them right. They're working on mine because I'm using the, on my computer, but we'll figure that out. Okay, thanks, David. And remember, just try to make sure on your intraday charts, David, that you have it like, let's say your intraday volume chart, 50,000, just set it back like, 3 days or something here, and then set your input back to like 6 days and see what that does. All right, so copper was the last one we got, which we know we didn't want to do anything on here. Let's just quickly scroll through. ES pushing. Who knows? Maybe Powell's going to spike the punch bowl with liquidity. NQ pushing. Kind of getting up into this level now, but no pattern or anything, but we'll keep an eye on it. Dow, Russell, gold. I mean, if Powell usually likes to smoke gold to the downside. Silver, still pushing. That's why we're waiting. Copper, platinum. It's a little bit of a reversal there on platinum, but I don't like it enough to take it. You got some see here you have reclamation of daily DMLs right there. It is true. And I could see this kind of rolling over with platinum. I really could. But on the weekly, I'm just not nuts about where we are right now. And I'm also not nuts about gold and silver being up so much right now, which is why I wouldn't want to take that reversal on platinum. Doesn't mean I'm going to be correct. That's just my thought process behind it. So live cattle, we got another one here. Not a bad little pullback there on cattle. I guess I missed that, but I wouldn't have taken that because they're going to close real soon. And I would have rather gotten it down here. So haven't really missed any trades today. The only one kind of maybe sort of should have was corn, maybe earlier along from here to here. I talked about that already on the lower time period. You had a little move, but other than that, the market's just, I'm waiting. This has been chop all day on ES and NQ. Gold, we've just been going straight up without any kind of a pullback. So I've been waiting for a pullback. We haven't gotten it. That's fine. Silver, same thing on here. No pullback really on the higher time period. Waiting. Still looking for a reversal potential too. I mean, silver's right at the weekly extension, guys. Look, this is why I like to have these weekly charts up. Boom. Right there. So now what happens with the daily? We've pretty much gone 2.5 times the average daily range now, ATR. You think this could be, look at all these core DMLs stacking. Could this be a place to short? Potentially. Am I going to try and step in front of a freight train and short? No, but I'll wait and see if the higher time period tries to get slammed down. That could be a good short on silver, but we'll wait, right? So we're just in standby mode on this quiet Monday so far. Not quiet. I mean, gold and silver are pushing higher, of course, but I'm waiting to follow my process. And now I'm just looking at a different chart over here. So there is an order, an alert for gasoline. Don't want to get involved in that mess. Right there. Yes. It could be that they want to head for those weekly congestion DMLs, ES and NQ. It could be. I'm not using those right now, David. I'm using the DLL that's on my computer. But can you send me a screenshot of yours and I'll look at it? You can just DM me and I'll take a quick look. In the meantime, I don't want to miss an alert, but I think we're good. Thanks, David. Days to load 10. Yeah, and then on your VolPro Edge, on bars back, let's see. If the days to load is 10, I would even do days to load intraday like 5, David, on that screenshot you just sent me. And then you know that there's about 10 bars on each day, so that's 50 bars. So then set your VolPro Edge to like, you know, 20 or set VolPro Edge input to 25 and set days to load for intraday like 5 or 6. See what that does. Appreciate it, man. So silver blowing through. That's why you don't step in front of a freight train. I mean, that's a lot of resistance there being broken now. But look at all these up here. Lots of those. And if you look at the weekly there, imagine if we punch through 34.75 and then exhaust and then reclaim on big volume, big selling footprint, that could be a reversal for silver potentially, especially into all these extensions. When they group up like this, they're important. Something like that. This could be the big breakout in silver that everybody's been waiting for. A lot of talk about silver going to 50, 60. It could. Not today, but boy, if we get into a silver bull run, we're going to make a lot of money because it just loves to go straight up and then just pyramid, 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 pyramid. So we'll wait. What would be sweet is this. And then like that. Something like that. That's what I'll be looking for silver. So, Jacob, on this hourly bar that just opened, we fit the criteria for a mechanical trend system. So if we got a congestion entrance on 15, it would be a long. Yeah, for silver, AJ, yeah. I don't know, Jacob, let me look at my TradingView charts. Hang on, I'm looking at them. I'm going to bring them up. My super duper charts without volume or higher time period overlay. I'm just kidding. I'm grateful to TradingView. I'm glad we have them as a partner. Let's see. So on the Nasdaq hourly, hourly bar just opened, fit the criteria trend. If so, we got a congestion. Would that be a long? I mean, on the Nasdaq, on the hourly, see, this is why I want you to focus on what you're, the charts you're using. So, yeah, because you see higher highs, higher lows. Yeah, I mean, I would say no, Jacob, because you've got that old high 4 hours back right here. I just don't like the look of this. Like, it's, to me, that just doesn't look right. If you scroll back on the Nasdaq, Jacob, to yesterday and look at that trend down on Friday, you see how the bars are like nice and similar sized and lower highs and lower lows before it reversed. Or no, that was overnight. So look from overnight and you'll see this here. So you're looking at this. I wouldn't want to be involved here because of this. This is wacky. Here and here is wacky. This is not a clean looking trend run to me. This is a clean looking trend run to me. And now I bet you if you scrolled through, so if you wanted to be trading that trend system, Jacob, if you were to go look at silver and gold today, I bet you had some nice opportunities because those are cleaner trending markets. You know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. That's awesome, David. I appreciate the feedback, bro. Got your message. Thank you. Fantastic to hear. So, Jacob, is that making sense to you? Yeah, it just screws it up. Like you want something, just that looks nice. Oh, that was it for Powell. Thanks, Miyagi. Just rah rah go team. Okay, good. What's the song? Is it the song in is it South Park? USA World Police. You know that song? It's really funny. What song is that from? You guys know what I'm talking about. Team USA World Police. Team America. Yeah, that was the creators of South Park. It was a movie, I guess. That's funny. So I'd say that about that trend there, Jacob. So I think that makes sense for you. All right, crude. Yeah, nothing there. So we're coming up on 1:15 p.m. Eastern. America. Yeah, exactly. Oh, those guys are funny. I think were they the Beavis and Butthead guys or were they the South Park guys? I think they're the South Park guys, but I can't remember. So far, just waiting, guys. Russell, we got an alert. Not much I want to do there. Platinum, I already gave my reasons. Silver, eyeing. See you, Supreme. I hear you, man. It's all good. Enjoy your day. I would love to go surfing too, but I just got to see if we get something. I'm willing, just like on Friday, I'm willing to go to about 2:30. I don't like power hour, but if I can see, I'll stay till 2:30 p.m. Eastern. That way I've been streaming for 6 hours. That's kind of my limit. And then if something happens after 2:30 that I miss, I can accept that because I'd be like, well, I was there for 6 hours. So that's okay with me. And I don't like power hour. I know it starts at 3, but 2:30 is better. So I got about an hour and 15 minutes left in me. Ralph, I don't know if Ralph is still here, but let's see. We can check. When did that Nasdaq trade trigger toward the end of the stream? It was here on Friday. It was at 2, exactly. It was at 2:03 p.m. And then I was pretty much done by 2:30 with my 90-point winner adding. That was great. That came at 2:03. Who would have known? Here's silver. So we got some hogs doing nothing. Just keep waiting for alerts. Beavis and Butthead. Oh, that's Mike Judge. Okay. Thanks, AJ. Good to know. Yeah, so Parker and them, I think they are South Park, right? And Team America World Police, yeah. So reversal, we're wanting to see a congestion close, get under the 20 potential reversal, sweeping highs. Yeah, but this is not enough of a trend for me yet, Jacob. I want this is a messy trend. Same thing on your 8 a.m. candle. We're still dealing with this here. This needs to go up here more and then. All right, AJ, see ya. I hear you, bro. I'll see you bright and early. Yeah, well, we didn't miss much today, so have a good day, my friend. And Jacob, thanks for being here, AJ. Jacob, just kind of sloppy, yeah. And you can see it on the volume charts here. And we're just not, it's not trend. Like, look at this. This was beautiful. Like, it just bombed and then reversed. Like, I want clean. This is like, Whereas silver, silver, we're just pushing clean. So if we get like a powerful congestion entrance move to the downside, I could definitely, be in favor of trying to short that. See, AJ? Thanks, my man. Nat gas. Not much going on. Last Friday, when we caught, just before we caught that nice Nasdaq winner, I had a quesadilla just before. So I'm kind of thinking if I have another quesadilla right now with Swiss cheese, we might catch another winner. Let me know if you guys agree. I can just make it real fast. Yeah, it would make it more likely on your hourly charts, Jacob, but it's hard to say because that, all the levels would be different. So I can't tell you exactly what that snapshot would look like because all the math would change and things would shift. But generally speaking, yeah, it would be more in line with that. But if you just want a real good example, just go look at gold and silver, right? Yeah, well, okay, you're talking about the Nasdaq, right? So I understand why you think it's a predicament, but what I would say is that, yeah, exactly. On a trend run up, if you were, let's go to TradingView since that's what you're using. on TradingView, like if you were running this mechanical system today, Jacob, you wouldn't even be on the Nasdaq right now. You would have been over here the whole day on silver, because not the whole day, but you would have been here on that bar, third bar, higher lows, higher highs. You're pushing. You've already cleared all the DMLs at that point. And then you'd be looking for pullbacks on your 15-minute chart, which, you know, you probably didn't get one until here. Right? So you wouldn't even be looking at the Nasdaq or gold. See, you'd be watching gold as well. Because let's see. Nah, gold's kind of funky with that one actually. So I wouldn't like gold. But look, I'll just take you through here. ES funky, Nasdaq funky. We already know that. We already know that. Bonds. Let's look at bonds. So I mean, bonds. Technically, right now you've got 1, 2, 3, depending where that closes, and then you look at the daily chart and see where you're at. Gold, silver, we just went over. Copper is choppy. Platinum. I don't like that. That's a huge bar there. You got to be careful there. Crude. I mean, crude earlier, you had very nice from there. I mean, almost from there, but I would say from here, really. So that's, if you're just very picky and you just wait till the trend looks really good, right? And then just make sure you're not running right into a DML. You know, you'll get the odds on your side. Yeah, wait. You don't want to be into DMLs, and you also don't want to be chasing a trend when you're way over the daily average, the average true range, right? So like up here on silver, this might go forever, but we've already done so much of the average true range, you know, way more. I wouldn't want to be getting on board up here. This is where the reversal can happen because you're way overextended and you're right into a weekly extension DML. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's called ADR, I believe. Average daily range. You can check that out. You know, if you watch the trend video I did, I talk about ideas about how to set your ADR. So nothing here. Nasdaq, we're waiting. Silver, we may try to get a reversal, but it's got to. Yeah, exactly. That'll give you the idea on the overextension for sure. So it's just going to be. I think what you have to do, Jacob, is first develop patience, and then your checklist, which I'm going to go over, and then, you know, try and put it into practice for a month. Try and do what while you're watching the live streams or whatever, if you can, try to follow your markets, look for your trends, and the trade, paper trade it so you don't feel the pressure and you're not as scared to lose, which, you know, you don't want to be scared to lose. Just paper trade it and wait for what you think are really good setups by your checklist. And then when you take those trades, paper trade them. So you put them on, you stop them, you do everything I already talked about in the video. I'm going to answer your questions in the questions channel too. And then try it for 30 days and screenshot and take notes of what you're doing. And then, you know, you'll get some data for 30 days. And then you go through that data and look and see what you've learned. And then we can talk about it again, right? Because that's how you're going to get better iteration by iteration, right? Does that make sense, Jacob? Okay, cool. You watched it? Yeah. I mean, I would just, I don't really know, but let's just ask ChatGPT here. It's kind of my go-to. How do I plot ATR on TradingView? To plot the average true range on TradingView, follow these steps. Open your chart. At the top of the screen, click on Indicators. In the search bar, type ATR, average true range. It's the built-in section. So that should work. They should have ATR. If they don't, I know they have one called like average daily range, which is similar. So let me know if that works, Jacob. So here you can see, I wouldn't short this, although that could cause a drop because we're kind of moving inside, but I still need to see. I was kind of hoping for a more extension and more. I'm looking for congestion entrance, so I'm not touching this. We got the alert on silver there, but we're not touching it. There's a reason I don't take the mechanical system longs. Are you talking about like right now on gold and silver on the hourly charts, or what? Which? Yeah, because that's one system. So I'm trading. This is what I'm trading now. This is my checklist. So that's why I'm not trading that system right now, because you can make money on lots of different systems. So this is the system that I'm trading, which I'm looking for. I'm looking for different types. So for the trends that I'm looking for, I don't have, I'm covering so many markets that when this is trending up right here, I just can't focus on this lower time period chart like and only watch silver, because so I'm waiting still for bigger pull. I'm waiting for pullbacks to the congestion support level on the main chart, right? Which is different. If you're going to be scanning markets only looking for trends, then you can look for it on this. But I'm looking for reversals and trends. Does that make sense? But yeah, if I had more, if I had the ability to go through more stuff, then yeah, when this is trending like this, then yeah, then you could start looking for those pullbacks we're talking about on this chart over here. So I'm just looking for that 1 or 2 trades a day on all these markets for me that gives me that potential maybe to catch a large winner that I can add to. Like what I'm recommending for you with that trend system is more of like it's slightly more, it's a lot more closer. It's a lot closer to being more mechanical. And in terms of getting in, I'm trying to have you not overthink it. In terms of taking profit, I'm trying to not have you overthink it and just set your things, you know. Well, no, I would say that I would say only for the trends. You know, if you're going to focus on reversals and trends, you know, then I think you're going to have to that's harder to do. So if you're going to focus on reversals and trends, I would just trade with me and do what I'm doing because that's what I'm doing, and then you'll learn how to do it after many days of doing this together. So yeah, that's what I would do for reversals and trends. But for only trends, then you could do the system we're talking about, because then you'd have more time to just zero in on those trending markets, and then you can use the 15-minute. And your hourlies will be good for that because they all close every hour, whereas I'm using volume-based charts, which does give me more precision, but then I have to, you know, I'm getting alerted here and there and here and here, you know, so that's why I can't dial down on the 15-minute, even though I'm using lower time period volumes. Does that make sense? So here's Dow not doing anything. Nasdaq just abysmal. So I hope that helps, Jacob. Exactly. And I'm looking to be in the heart of the trend, not too overextended, and I'm looking to be in the direction of what I think the higher time periods are doing, and I'm not looking to jump in right into a powerful DML or a cluster of DMLs on the daily or the weekly. That's how I'm doing it. But you got to remember too, though, my ability to process this information very quickly, is at an advanced level because I have a lot more experience, right? So you'll get up to that where you'll be able to see it instead of like it takes time to process it, like learning to speak a new language. But I do think if you read Mark Douglas's Trading in the Zone and Disciplined Trader, one important exercise you definitely should do is you should do the trade exercise he talks about where you try to set up your system as mechanical as possible, paper trade it, take 20 trades in a row, that you really just follow the rules and show yourself that you can be patient and follow the rules. That's really important as just a personal exercise to get better at trading. The ATR. Let's do this over here real quick. Hang on. Is that the one you're talking about right there, that line? ADR, average daily range? So it's real easy. Where your crosshair goes, it tells you on the close of that day, the average daily range is 396 points because this is an average of 14 days. So it's going to change every day. So when this day closes, you'll see the average will be 374. And so, on this day here, the average is 376. You got that? Is that what you were asking? I hope that helps. Yeah, exactly. It's average day range for whatever reason there. But then you can see what that is, and then that'll give you an idea. Like, okay, for example, if the average daily range in Nasdaq is 370, and that's also going to help you for reversals eventually. Is that you want to take those reversals once that average, once you've already put in, the range or most of it. So Ralph, on silver, you aren't looking for a reversal? Yeah, I am. I think you missed that, Ralph. I am. I've been talking about that. I'm looking for a reversal up here because we're right into the weekly extension. And the daily's already done probably 2.5 ATRs, but I would still need confirmation here. I would entertain the short. Zest. Yeah. I mean, for me, I do my algos the way I do it. I run, like you're suggesting, I do that. I run my long algos on the side that I think is going to be the long side, I don't run opposing systems on, different days. So I think that's a good suggestion for everybody. And also just keeping it simple in the beginning while you're, learning, just take it step by step. Yeah, I mean, automated trading is fantastic. I'm going to start incorporating some here with VolPro Edge. We're working on it, and it's going to help me get a lot of the stuff that I miss in London and Asia, which is going to be awesome. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, algos are going to be huge. So Ralph, wondering with such a strong trend up, what my target? Yeah, I don't know. I would just let the lower time period tell me the target. So if I got short, and the lower time period started to get into a trend run down, I would, if I was adding, I would just take profit when I saw us kind of start moving inside the envelope, wherever that would be. Yeah, it's true with the autos. I'm excited about those for sure. Here's hogs. Kind of leaking lower, but yeah. Nasdaq. I mean, guys, this is just, it's 136, so I'm going to kick around for now, but I'm not seeing a whole lot. Silver, I mean, I don't see Nasdaq setting up anything this last hour that I'm willing to be here, but I'll watch it. Silver could potentially be the one that we get. Like if I look here, I've already been here for 5 hours. ES I can see is probably not going to set anything up that I like. The indices will not, probably. Gold could potentially set up a reversal, but I'm less likely to take it because I don't have anything to lean against on the weekly or the daily. So gold, I think, is more like if we got a pullback to the congestion support level on the higher time period volume here, I might take a long, especially into 3380, because that's broken, that's resistance, that's now support down in here. Silver, I could entertain a reversal, maybe, depending what it looks like. Copper doesn't look like it wants to do anything that I want. Platinum, not really. Ultra bonds, I mean, not looking for a reversal down here because it'd be going against the weekly and the daily. Crude looks like it's probably going to, the energies are going to probably chop around. Corn has kind of already done its thing. I'm not looking for reversal down here. Could jump on a short on corn if it pulled back, you know, gave a nice short pattern, but those are going to close, you know, soon anyways. So these are all out. So the day's kind of winding down anyways, just based on what I see according to my process. Probably not going to get anything on NQ, but I'll watch it. And then silver, potential short, depending. Gold, potential long, depending. That's pretty much where I'm at. Gold, silver are the ones that could trigger something. And Nasdaq is just, you know, the Nasdaq. It's just doing absolutely nothing. It's incredible. Okay, cool. I'm going to make a quesadilla while we wait, guys. I'll be right back. It's not going to be long. I'm just throwing them in the microwave. I'm not doing them the yummy way. I should do them the yummy way, though. They're so much better, my God. Let's see. Yeah, I might take just 5 minutes. Do some good ones real quick in the pan. Silver, we still got quite a few contracts. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to get some quesadillas going, but I'll be back and forth between here and the kitchen because I don't want to miss anything at this stage in the game. I'm just getting kind of hungry. So let's keep an eye on all this. I'll leave it on silver for now. I'll be right back. I'm doing the quesadillas in the microwave. I don't have time. Do them in the pan. I don't want to miss anything. That'd be an expensive quesadilla. Miss like a $5,000 trade on silver. That'd be divided by 4 little quesadillas. That'd be $1,250 per quesadilla. That wouldn't be worth it. Hmm. I mean, I think on that stuff, Jacob, it's just there's going to be nuances, right? The ATR or the ADR is this just one piece of the puzzle. So you still the direction of the higher time period, the DMLs you're into. So I would say, you know, ideally, you got to think about this too in terms of um, quality over quantity. So if you wanted to quantify that ATR thing, I would say, yeah, on the Nasdaq, don't jump into a trend. I think I talked about this in the video you watched last night. Don't jump into the trend if you've done more than, say, 60% of the ATR, right? Maybe you want to catch those trends right around 50% of the ATR, because if you can see a good trend qualifying on the Nasdaq and it's only run 200 points and you can jump on, then your entry, you might be able to get 50 to 100 points out of that, right? So keep it simple in the beginning. Say 50% of the ATR. If you're more than 50%, don't take it. Now you're going to have to be flexible. If you're at 52% or 53%, but things look good and the other indices are ripping, you can make a note. Hey, I know I'm supposed to not take this over 50%, but we're only at 53% and I'm taking it because Dow is, way off to the races, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, set and forget is super, super important. Definitely. Thanks, Ralph. Yeah, I think a patient discretionary trader with an edge, I think will make more money with the same system, but automating is also great, and I wanna automate and do my discretionary. Yeah, mine too, Zest. It's all discretionary, but it's nice to have an automated element. And some people will never be able to make money discretionary, even with a fantastic system. So then in that case, but it's almost true though, like, I don't know, a lot of people, if you if you can't not fuck with the discretionary system, believe me, it's still going to be hard for you to not fuck with your automated system. It's still here, right? So auto doesn't solve the problems you think it solves. 50% of today's ATR, Jacob, because the ATR is an average of the last 14 days. So on the NASDAQ, if it's 375, do 50% of that. If it's already moved over 100 and whatever, don't take it. Does that make sense? I'm going to get my quesadilla. Soybean oil, no. Cattle, no. Hogs, yeah, that's a nice little pocket there on hogs, back to all that broken stuff. But I don't know if I'd want to take that for a reversal on hogs here. Not today. Yeah, exactly. So just take the close of the prior day and then just take, and you could say maybe 60%, right? These are the things you have to figure out, but maybe say 60%, maybe even 65%. You don't want to miss too much. So say 65. The key is, Jacob, you just want to make sure it has room to run. I think that's the best way to use an algo, Zest. That's how I've used them in the past. And when I get them up to snuff for my current things I'm working on, that's how I'm going to use them. It's algo with human interaction. Yeah, but it's measuring an average of the last 14 days. So it's not the true, it's not the range for today. So like if you go to gold, Jacob, what do you see for the ADR on TradingView? At the close of last night, I see about 74, so 73.9. Call it 74. So take 74 times 0.6 or 0.65, whatever you want. Let's do 0.65. That's 48.1. So I would not jump on a gold trend if it had already moved over $48 an ounce. Just as a general guideline, you know, that's just, I'm just giving you ideas. I could do the trading for you, but then I'd have to charge you a lot of money. I'm just kidding. I don't want to do it. I want you to do it. I think you'll do great. I just think simplifying in the beginning is good. Yeah. Who knows? One day we'll have the VolPro Edge hedge fund. Everybody be talking through the trades. Yeah, it's for trade management. It's also nice. Definitely. Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't be chasing a trend up here. You see? That's perfect. And then you could say, okay, if you really wanted to run reversals at the same time, you know, then you would just say, okay, it's I want to look for reversals when we've done, you know, 1.25% or more of the ATR. Oh, gold has done that. Oh, do we have a, you know, you could do a reversal checklist, but I wouldn't complicate it in the beginning and focus on two things. Exactly. That's right. And those numbers will be the numbers you set. You'll have to just play with different numbers. So here's silver, just still pushing. I mean, Nasdaq, I think you're just going to see chop the rest of the day. I'm not mechanical. I just know when I see and I'm thinking through things, I can just see like, oh, I'm overextended here. I really don't want to be looking for a trend here, pullback. I'd rather look for a reversal. But that takes a lot of time and practice and confidence. You know, it's like taking off the training wheels. My training wheels are off, but we need to have your training wheels on. Everybody, like when you're starting like that, they need to be on to keep you guided. But that's a powerful piece of information to know, that, you know, the average daily range in and of itself. You can structure trades around that, and I'm certainly aware of it when I do that. Silver, we're just kind of waiting. We got an alert on gasoline, but it's not doing much. ES kind of looks like it wants to keep grinding higher to me, but you may get a little pullback, but nothing I want to trade. Nasdaq the same. I'm just going to grab my quesadillas, guys. All right, we got some quesadillas. Yeah, so I think I'm caught up on the questions. Yeah, like, yeah, I use it for myself, just not like my brain has been trained in this in a long time. So I used to do what I'm trying to teach you guys to do now, where a long time ago I'd have everything written down and I'd have notes all over my walls and I'd make mistakes and I'd look at my notes and I like all that stuff. And over time it's like riding a bike, you just get better and better at it. So let's see. Yeah, nothing, we're waiting. Here's silver trying to move inside the envelope again. See what happens. I'll take a bite of my quesadilla. I got 4 little ones. These little mini corn tortillas. They're microwave. I made them myself, but I would have liked to do them in the pan to make them like brown and crispy. Mm. I had to get some chips to go with the quesadilla. I can't have soft without crunch. You guys like that as well? Mm. So, I mean, every day is going to be different, right? Some days you'll be getting signals left and right, depending whatever system you're using. The key is don't strategy hop. What most people do, they'll do, first of all, they will not prepare, they won't plan, they won't do the 4Ps, all that. But they'll have a day where like their system doesn't trigger anything and they'll be like, oh, that sucks. And then they'll switch their system for the next day. And then that day is when they would have got their signals. So let's look at hogs, wheat. Wheat's going to close in 25 minutes. So I don't really want to take a trade in wheat right now or soybeans. So I don't like trading toward the close. Anything, indices, whatever. Like I've traded power hour before, but it's not. My statistics are way better when I trade, New York open through afternoon and then cut it. That's why I think 2:30 is a good cutoff time. These may just kind of keep grinding here. So hard to say. Yeah, I don't like the last hour at all. I just don't like the price action. I don't either, Zest. That's why I kind of just told myself now I'm just going to stop trading it. Even Asia now, I don't really trade right now because I got to put my daughter to bed. I got to read to her. I'm like, I'm just going to make my focus is this time of day, Can you guys hear my crunching? Should I mute the mic? So you're getting heating oil, nothing. You're getting some of the meats. Not going to trade these. We only have 5 minutes left. Sometimes people, they just feel so, excuse me. I got a chip stuck back there. All right, let's see. Maybe the chip's still there. I don't know. But some people, it's like, okay, even if I don't take a trade today, okay, fine. Do I get upset about the fact that I sat here and quote unquote wasted 6 hours? No, because you don't know when the trades are going to come. And people, oh, it's not fair. It didn't come. And then they force stuff and lose money and all that. Well, trading is not a linear. It's not like you go to work and get paid. It's not like that. I might lose money for standing here today. I might not get any trades for standing here today. But tomorrow I might make 5 grand or 10 grand, you know? So that's how you have to look at trading. It's super important. I don't think enough people do look at it like that. Nasdaq just kind of sitting. Some volatility coming in, 2 p.m. Something's going on. Are you watching CL Zest? Something's going on. A little bit of 2 p.m. liquidity. Silver, Nasdaq. Oh, yeah. Huh. So Jacob, I hope all that back and forth helped you a little bit. But now we just got to get you set on the path. Nasdaq's jumping around in here. Seems to me like it wants to go up and test 21.5, but who knows? May need to go down first. May not happen at all. I wish I had some salsa for these chips. I'm out. Nat gas, nothing. Well, got about 20 minutes left with you guys, but silver is kind of the only one I can see of interest. And not looking like it's going to confirm, so we'll just hang out for a little longer. This has been a great stream. Follow the process. I don't care about anything else. And I'll do the end of day analysis a little bit later. We'll get ready for the open tonight. See if any end of day trades are setting up. Copper looks like a possibility for a short. Crude looks like a possibility for a short. I'll let you guys know what I think. That Australian dollar long today, I think, was a good call. Wouldn't have gotten it anyways because wouldn't have gotten it at market and wouldn't have gotten filled, but nice to be on the right side of the market. And that's pretty much where I'm at, guys. If you haven't, please give a like out the door. We'll stay until silver closes. There's going to be in 1,300 contracts, which will, be 5 or 10 minutes for so 10 minutes for silver, 15 minutes. We'll see if it triggers a short. Watch the Nasdaq in the meanwhile. I'm going to put these chips back since I have no salsa. Nice little flush there on the Nasdaq. See what I mean? Like a little flush right here. Like I love when you look, just maintain the higher time period perspective and you just don't even get involved in any of that crap. I just think it's so much more relaxing. Look at corn. Wow. All the crystal ball traders did great today. I would have sold corn here and covered here. So it looks like that monthly breaking that extension was pretty accurate. Interesting. Yeah, that was a pretty big outside reversal. I mean, didn't see that coming. Of course, I don't see anything coming. I just trade. But yeah, that's a big one there. Lots of longs are not feeling good now. So one last quick look here as we wait for silver. And then I'm going to go for a very long walk off a very short pier. I'm just kidding. I just love that expression. I'm going to go for a very long walk on the beach, get some sun, take a little dip in the ocean, try to exercise a little bit. Hasn't been much exercise lately with the new baby arriving and all my time tied up. But take a long walk, come back, do the end of day analysis, and then maybe after the end of day analysis is posted later, maybe the tide will be high and I'll have some time to go surfing before it gets dark. That would be sweet. Nasdaq just kind of hanging out. Dow, I mean, look at this day on the Dow, guys. Just, wow. Because people, too, you look at this and go, oh, well, we actually had a range from 42, 225 to, 41, 925. That's a 300-point range. Like, yeah, but not really. The bulk of that range is, in here, which is, 70 points. So good to avoid that. Russell, gold, silver, copper, platinum, bonds, crude. Wow, big moves. All right, guys. Well, look, I am going to leave her there because silver's got 1,200 to go. At this point, even if it triggers a short, I don't really have the energy to sit here and manage this. I'm tired. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, so I'm gonna let it go. No trades. Well, one trade on break even on crude oil today. That was kind of a mistake. You know, I kind of opened it before I looked at the lower time period. Immediately saw I made a mistake and closed it at break even, which was good to do that. And yeah, be back with the end of day analysis and be back live streaming tomorrow. So thanks for being here, you guys. Take care. I will see you all later in the Discord, and I will see you all tomorrow on the live stream. Bye.